Deputy Vice Chancellor Washeke Wanjohi said during this period they'll mourn the departed souls. The 11 students were part of a group of 58 others who are heading to Mombasa for an academic trip. Here are the survivors of the accident.
The greatest impact of the crash. So I remember people shouting, trying to warn the driver of an incoming truck. Then the next thing I heard was a loud bang. Then I was just flying outside.
Our journey was okay until that point. I would just love to urge the drivers to be a little bit more careful, especially carrying a large number of people. You will be considerate of the people in the car. Even if you're in a hurry, you try to be careful.
Mimi ile ningetaka kupendekeza ni ya kwamba madereva wakiwa barabarani wakuwe waangalifu, ni kwa sababu hizi ajali za watoto wa shule zimekuwa nyingi.
The 7 comes as Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has ordered for the retesting of all PSV drivers and return of NTSA officials amid rise in road accidents. Talks between the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union and officials from the Ministry of Health and Labour for a return to work formula have collapsed. This as the medics accuse the government of treating the matter casually and sending lawyers instead of senior ministry officials as had been agreed upon. The collapse means that the strike now enters day 7 today and is likely to get worse, with 8 additional unions set to join from next week. Union Secretary General Davji Atela led other officials from the union in staging a walkout from the meeting, which now means the medical crisis in the country is likely to get worse as key medical institutions are already hit hard by the strike.
But then we realize that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Public Service, the COG, the Council of Governors and the counties and SRC have all sent lawyers in the meeting. Yes. Somebody may think we're actually in the court because all lawyers are presented, none of them is a decision maker on any issue. So we are saying that government is happy when the strike is ongoing because we've joined them on strike. And we are saying our strike is continuously on. We want them to send to us people in a meeting who can make the decision.
However, Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakuru has urged patients to continue seeking services in public hospitals. Speaking at Kenyatta National Hospital, Nakuru said services are being offered as usual despite some facilities like Mama Lucy only offering outpatient services.
I'm here on my routine check, and equally I needed to assess the services that are going on across the country. I want to confirm to Kenyans, do not shy away from accessing services, especially at our national referral hospitals, as we wait to resolve the standing issue with the doctors that are on strike. Actually, the hospital is handling 3 times of its capacity. Like in the maternity theater, normally the hospital runs 2 theaters, but today they are running 5. This is as a result of the inflow of patients and women who would otherwise have been seen at Mama Lucy Hospital, would have been seen at Pumwani.
She further assured Kenyans that the transition from NHIF to SHIF insurance fund will be smooth and services offered on the card won't be affected.
And we are working to ensure that the transition is as smooth as possible. And for the record, patients will not even notice the change because it's going to be seamless. We have a transitional committee that is in place. It has already developed the roadmap on how we are going to transit.
Kisii Governor Simba Arati is today expected to present the name of his preferable replacement of former Kisii Deputy Governor Robert Monda. The county's National Assembly clerk will receive the name, which will then be presented to Parliament by Speaker Philip Nyanumba before MCAs hold discussions on the proposed candidate. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot.
You tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So now it's over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself. When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives the real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. People hiding here and there, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you are showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to the middle of the week. All right, let's see what it has in store this morning. Doesn't matter where you look right about now this morning. Very little traffic in most parts of the city. That means that everybody is getting about where they need to go real quick and in a hurry. Even on the Thika Superhighway, we're not seeing any traffic right now as you're coming into the city via the Pangani underpass. You're coming in from Waiyaki Way with no traffic either. And it's smooth and clear all the way in from the northern bypass through to Kiambu Road. Let's look at the southern bypass, which usually doesn't have much traffic, but there's a build-up as you get towards Uhuru Gardens, so let's keep an eye out for that just in case there's anything popping at this point. As you're coming off Cabanas, going towards North Airport Road and then touching onto Outer Ring, also clear. Let's see what the morning has in store. How about you help us out, keep things moving this morning? Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
20th day of March 2024. Mambo namna gani? Wednesday hii bana. Ndu?
Talk to me.
Otherwise,
salama kabisa. Kopoa?
Niko poa. Sina mambo yoyote.
Good morning.
Nashukuru Mungu. Good morning to me.
Yes, good morning to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How was your day?
It was all right.
Did you have a good day?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah. I actually got some work done, so I'm very happy with myself.
Very good. Oh, well done.
Thank you very much.
How did you get that done?
I just actually sat down and said, let's just do it.
Yeah. How was that different from previous days?
I would just say, well, maybe I have a couple of hours, and then I can say, okay, I'll get to it at about 12 o'clock. And then 12 o'clock rolls around, I'm like, you know what? Let me just read this.
Yeah.
Maybe just watch this, and then I'll get to it at 1 o'clock. Or I'll get to it at 2 o'clock. You know what? How about I take a nap for an hour and a half, and I will wake up refreshed. My friend, it's 6 o'clock.
Inaenda. They're gone.
Finished.
Oh, yeah.
So I had to tighten the screws on procrastination yesterday and just Nike it.
Okay. Because the deadline was here.
The deadline was here, man. Looking me in the face.
What's the long-term solution to procrastination?
For procrastination?
Yes.
It's Nike.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you'd assume that, I'm not doing it because I just couldn't do it. Come on.
Seriously, most times when you're procrastinating, Eric, it's not because you don't have the time or the strength to have the time. It's not about the time. It's just that, how about I don't do it because I could do this?
Yeah. But of course, there's something at the back of your mind telling you, just do it. But you're just unable to bring yourself to doing it.
Unable or unwilling?
Not about unwilling. It's not about willingness. When you're not willing, that's not procrastination. That's just, not wanting to do it. Procrastination is just where you find that, you'll always have some excuse in the back of your mind that's just overriding, telling you, but you're feeling sleepy. Just, how about you sleep and then
take a nap.
After you wake up from the nap, you may feel better. There's always these excuses in the back of your mind. It's a mental thing.
I think it's willpower, and willpower is mental as well. I think it's just willpower. And say,
so what do you need to give you that willpower? Constant boost of willpower.
I don't know. Can we put it in a pill? I don't know, but I think the people who don't procrastinate, I think you can see the difference between those who don't and those who do.
They say procrastination is some form of mild depression.
Think so?
Yeah, I've seen that being said many times. There's some mild depression that, there's just something, the way mild, that depression where you're just feeling, I don't want to do things. I want to sit somewhere in just my own corner.
Do nothing.
I don't want to engage with people. I do not want.
Do you think people are walking around depressed? A lot of people. Interesting.
Yeah. Good morning, Kilamutu. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. So at 7 o'clock, we have invited the chairman of the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, Alhaji Hassan Ole Nado, and we want to talk about legislation and the representation of key interest groups like the religious associations. Is it important, and to what extent should all interest groups, key interest groups, be brought in to consider
key legislative proposals. He joins us at 7 a.m. for that conversation. And then at 8, it's another year for the Lukenya University Marathon. Last year, it happened. We were to go.
And then what happened?
I don't know. It's back. Another edition of the Lukenya University Marathon, running for a greener future. We'll be joined by two people from Lukenya University. One of them is the chairman of the organizing committee, George Wasonga, and Mudeo Kasanga, who is the deputy vice chancellor in charge of infrastructure at the same university, Lukenya University. They come in at 8 o'clock for that discussion. And then at 9, we will talk mambo ingine. Yonisawa? Yonisawa. The live stream is up, right?
It is.
Very good. Ednah has done the thing. So the live stream is up. If you're online, let us know where you're tuned in from. Let Ndu do her thing right now in terms of telling us the weather forecast. And then she'll do her thing shortly by acknowledging your presence.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi is 18 degrees, highs of 27 and lows of 16. And into Nakuru, it's clear at 14 with highs of 30. Today, we'll see highs of 28 in a mostly clear Nyeri at 15. And looking into Eldoret, it's clear at 14, going to highs of 27. Into Mombasa this morning, it's mostly clear at 27 with highs of 33. And Malindi at 27 is clear with highs of 33. Kisumu is clear at 20 with highs of 33 as well, and 33 seems to be the lucky number this morning because Kakamega will go to highs of 33. It's currently clear at 18. Into Kampala, it's clear at 22 with highs of 30, while 32 will be the high in a mostly clear Dar es Salaam at 26. And Johannesburg is clear with a chance of thunderstorms later, going to highs of 30. 27 and partly sunny already in Mogadishu with highs of 33. It's clear at 17 in Addis Ababa. 26 will be the high with lows of 12. Mostly cloudy conditions at 28 in Lagos with highs of 34, and we'll see highs of 34 in a mostly clear Kinshasa at 24. It's sunny at 10 degrees Wednesday afternoon in Beijing. We'll see highs of 15 and lows of 2. Paris is cloudy at 6 degrees with highs of 20, and we'll see highs of 17 in a cloudy London at 11. Tuesday night is cloudy in New York at 5. We'll see highs of 9 and lows of 4.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yeah.
Chris Adede is tuned in this morning from Utawala and says, good morning, Spice FM. Greetings. Greetings to you, Chris. Chamgay, my beautiful people. Greetings from the beautiful hills of Saboti, Kitale. Now, Penda Sana, Sikum Jema, Huonekana Subui. Good morning, Anne. Welcome to the room this morning. Robinson Kisero says a very bright and warm day over here, and that's in Hong Kong. And he's telling CT to do like that. CT will do like that. Worry not. Evans Ntabo says good morning to Eric CT Nyaboke Yego training. Eric, training left yesterday express. Okay, punctuation, Ivan, so we can understand what you're saying. I don't know. But he's greeting everybody and then says, Asira under control. Okay, we'll figure that out, I guess. David Achola says, good morning, tuned in from Kisumu. John K., how are you all this fine morning? City Muga, was Burundi colonized? Yes, it was. Ali says, guten Morgen. Guten Morgen to you too. Good morning, team. March imetoa shwa. Yes, March is doing like that. 11 days left in the month. We got to get a kicking, guys. Deno Mwanza says, good morning, Trio and Ednah. Rudhigiti, Ikolokt. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. And Rangao in Kajiado County is where Evans is tuned in this morning. Carol Nyambura says, now Apenda, have a wonderful day ahead. Hello, Princess. Yes. Yes, please. Thank you. CT and Eric, is it that the CS Health cannot handle the ministry or just okay, I think you mean implying the incompetence. Well, I think there are many things that are underlying right now. Onganyi Malala says, good morning, good people. James Macau is tuned in this morning and says, getting you loud and clear from Forney, Texas in the USA. Miriam says she doesn't want politicians. Okay. Sawa basi, Miriam. Azaria says, good morning. Kindly, it's heartbreaking that Murkomen may not fix public transport.
Why?
I don't know. This is a bit of a tricky situation here.
Oh, yeah.
Who can raise our Meshuki back, you say? That's the question. Jia Chiang is tuned in from Hargeisa. Says that we've not been able to get SpiceFM on the radio apps and on websites for the last 3 weeks.
Oh, the radio apps, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll sort that out.
Come back to you on that, Jay. Okay. Joe Mungai is sending his love from Bonnie Lake. Thoughts and prayers to the families of the Kenyatta University students who perished in the road crash. Indeed. That was quite tragic. Okay, so Zach says, good morning. Okay, so now who is Nyahani? Good morning, Eric, CT, Ndu, and Nyahani. See you. Edna, we see you.
Akopale.
Tuned in this morning. And so he goes on to say that procrastination is for and about everyone. Don't kill yourself, Ndu. Yeah, I'm going to take it easy. Don't worry. I'm not jumping off the ledge or anything. Just, saying. Samuel Bakora says, good morning from Malindi. Joseph Makua says he's tuned in from Merrill, Marisabit County. Eddie Odwar. Hey, Eddie Odwar. Good morning from Koru. You said it's now the hottest place on the planet. The temperature is hot, I imagine. Good morning, trio. Greetings from Ken Kibara, tuned in from Kabatini, Nakuru. Peter Mbuthia says, hi, good morning. Willis Koti says, greetings, CT in the city. Yes, we'll be with us in a minute. Jeremiah Wanjala says, good morning. Ken Courier says, Chamgay. How do you answer? Chamgay Missy.
Yeah.
You see, I'm learning. Hey, God, if you see how they've spelled my name.
How?
They've spelled it Ndoo.
Ndu.
It's actually NDU. Ndu. NDU.
Okay.
Interesting, because in my language, Ndo means sorry.
Ndo.
And
in Kiswahili, NDOO means?
I have no idea.
Bucket. Ndo.
Oh, no. Okay. I am not a bucket. Margaret Wanjori is tuned in from Houston. Mashari and Jerry is also tuned. Joseph Ondigi says, good morning. And the Common Fox says, Seychelles, loud and clear. Voila. Good to have you here. Guten Morgen says a German teacher. And Joseph and Jerry is tuned in this morning and says, good day, team. Folks on Facebook are also here. Everybody who's tuned in today, we see you and we say good morning. Hello to you, Robert Kipkemboy, tuned in from Nandi. And Sky Karish is tuned in. Monica Oile says, love you, Spices. And Kennedy Awuma says, good morning.
Kabisa.
Set my eyes on a gentleman. He's got two names, C and T, and a sir starting with an M. CT Muga, good morning.
Morning, Ndu.
How are you?
Fine.
You're fine?
Yes.
Fantastic.
How's life?
How is life?
Yes.
Life.
Oh,
life.
Oh, life.
Oh, life.
Oh, life.
Oh, life. Do.
So how is it? Now answer his question.
It's okay, CT.
It's okay? Okay. Vipi lakini? Very good.
Yes.
You have the day's proverb?
I do.
We still are in the Republic of?
Burundi.
Okay.
Somebody was asking if Burundi was colonized, and I went ahead and answered.
It was.
Yes, it was.
It was.
By who?
The Belgians, and the Germans. Yes.
Back to back or simultaneously?
Overlapping.
Meaning one after the other.
One after the other?
One after the other. Kuna watu walikuja was first.
Who started?
The new were there first. The Germans. Yes.
And then the Belgics.
The Belgics.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Today's proverb?
Too many words blacken your ears.
Too many words blacken your ears.
Yes.
That's a polite way of saying shut up.
Nini? Ukweli huo. Okay, Ndu?
Yes?
The headlines.
All right, let me tell you what's in the headlines on the front page of the Standard this morning. Too little, too late. New laws to tame accidents. Kenyatta University suspends lectures for 3 days to mourn 11 students who died in an accident on the day Transport CS announced tough measures to rein in road carnage, including bringing back NTSA to the highways. That's a story that we'll look into. Shakahola families to get victims' bodies. Families whose loved ones perished in the Shakahola massacre will have to wait for at least 1 week to collect the bodies. It emerged only 30 out of the 429 bodies that have gone through the identification process were identified through DNA. Okay? Governors feel the heat as leaders plot 2027 polls. County bosses are having a rough time from opponents who want to take a stab at the seat in the future. Shot in the arm for Ruto's pet project, President William Ruto yesterday assented to the affordable housing bill, paving the way for the deduction of the housing levy and the construction of houses across the country. KRA wants tax taught in schools. I don't even know why it's not being taught, but look, KRA is saying, how about you do it? Because it's important for people to understand. Haitians afraid because the crisis is worsening. Things in Haiti don't look good at all. All right. On the front page of The Nation, among her headlines, killer roads claim 25 lives. 12 students is reported as 12, others reported as 11. Let's see. But look at what happened. Baringo, Saturday, a teacher and a student die, while several learners of Kapsabet Boys High School sustained injuries after a bus crash on the Carbonet-Mariagat Road. Saturday, Kiambu, controversial TikToker Brian Chira dies following a hit-and-run incident at the Dendero-Ruaka Road. Bomet, Monday, 5 people die on the spot, while 18 others are injured after their matatu collides with a tractor at Salaik village in the Bomet-Kiptakich Road. Tuesday, Migori, a fatal accident at Kuja Bridge on the Migori-Rongo Road claims an unconfirmed number of people, with reports putting the deaths at between 6 and 11. Wreckages at the Kenyatta University bus and truck at Maungu area at the Nairobi-Mombasa highway on Monday. 11 students die in the accident. This is in the span of 4 days.
Yeah.
It is not good. We'll take a look at that. Another headline on The Nation. Schools under investigation for selling Form 1 slots. Bomboklat. What's going on? Yeah.
All that happened in Kenya.
Kenya. Wewe. Nabado. No end to patients' pain as doctors issue another strike notice over KRA tax push. And housing tax cuts start this month. This is the picture so far from the headlines.
The Business Daily has some interesting headlines. Revealed. KCB Group inks a deal to sell National Bank. KCB is selling its subsidiary National Bank of Kenya for an undisclosed amount less than 5 years after it acquired the lender in a rescue deal that was shepherded by the National Treasury and the CBK. KCB, which will this evening be releasing its financial results for the year ended December, is expected to formally announce the sale of NBK to a Nigerian lender at the same event, according to sources close to the sources who are close to the sources that are familiar with the matter. The Central Bank of Kenya, whose approval will be required, has been notified of the proposed transaction, whose value was not disclosed. So the Business Daily reached out to KCB to comment on the deal, but the lender preferred not to make any such comment on such a material development. The proposed deal comes at a time that prospects for medium to larger Kenyan banks have brightened with the introduction of risk-based lending, cooling inflation, and a strengthening shilling. Other headline, KRA has a target to raise 2.49 trillion shillings this year. That's the revised target. Okay. The KRA has collected 1.37 trillion in taxes in the 8 months that ended February, leaving it with a daunting task of raising an average of 280 billion shillings over the next 4 months to meet the 2.5 trillion shilling target. So in 8 months, they've done 1.37. They have 4 months to do 1.1 trillion. Okay?
they've done what in 8 months?
1.37.
Ah, voila. And so they need another
1.1 in 4 months.
Okay, well.
That's an average of 280 billion shillings per month for the next 4 months. Official data shows that between July last year and February this year, tax collections by KRA were just 55% of the revised annual target of 2.49 trillion. These collections were less than half, that's 49%, of the original ordinary revenue target of 2.787 trillion that was set in the budget in June last year. So you know what happened? National Treasury went and said, by the way, next year we are collecting 2.8 trillion shillings. Okay. Then they came with a supplementary budget and said,
what we meant was
ukweli wachana ile 2.7 the actual now target is 2.5 trillion. Okay. They have 1 trillion to collect in the next 4 months. Well, you can say that in the month of April, that's when a lot of income tax is paid by many companies. So it's possible for them to hit some good numbers. But raising 280 billion shillings per month for the next 4 months, hiyo ni ngumu kidogo. Other headlines. Ex-investment banker and mother face 10.3 million shillings theft charge. An employee of Nairobi-based investment bank Genghis Capital has been charged with a theft of 10.38 million from the company. Ian Ndongo and his mother have been charged on several counts of theft and conspiracy to defraud the market intermediary. This is by the Capital Markets Authority. Kenyan medics raise alarm over increase in pneumonia and TB cases. Doctors are saying the rising cases of pneumonia and TB, particularly in children and young adults, could be raising fears of a potential wave of COVID-19 infections. EPRA caps permissible power blackouts at 20 a year per client. Kenya Power is facing pressure to upgrade its aging infrastructure and boost efficiency in reconnections during outages after the regulator, EPRA, said a client can only have 20 blackouts in a year. Unplanned blackouts. If you go beyond that, we start penalizing you.
Who?
Kenya Power.
Okay.
Okay.
In a year, okay.
Yeah,
A
in
client,
a year.
even being you in your home.
You're a client.
Not just an, okay.
A consumer.
Yeah.
The maximum, those that we can say, okay, so yeah, there was a reason monkey did what, so in the system is disturbance should not go beyond 20 blackouts in a year. Unplanned. The other scheduled blackouts.
Different story.
It's a different story. City?
Yes.
You have the star with you, don't you?
I do. Mm-hmm. Top right-hand corner, until green. Accident deaths. Same thing that Ndu has mentioned, but KU suspends classes. Yes, the story is on page 8. Better nutrition. Muranga farmers reap big from organic vegetable farming. Story on page 21.
That's an interesting one.
Still walking free. Storm over DPP's delay to charge 35 convict 19 billionaires.
Yeah?
Walking free.
They are convicts.
They're convicts?
No. Storm over DPP's delay to charge 35 COVID-19 billionaires. Remember?
35 COVID-19 billionaires.
Yeah, those people who made money during COVID and who were called COVID billionaires. Yes. Wow.
Okay.
Then bang in the middle of the paper, threat developer has issued 21-day ultimatum to the CS to pay or face insolvency charges. This is a story that involves the Gender, Culture and Arts and Heritage Cabinet Secretary. According to the Star headline, bankruptcy. Juma faces 60 million. This is shillings, suit. CS suit. Singuo. Ile suit ya koti. Yes. Okay. CS paid 145 million shillings out of 215 for Runda House. That's a lot of money she paid. She paid
how much? What?
The house, according to this, is 215 million. House.
215 million
house.
She paid how much?
145. Si amemaliza.
Amebakisha tu 60 peke yake.
70k.
Sasa huyu million.
Yes.
70 okay, sorry, million.
Huyu mtu anamuuzia ameenda ampeleka kesi mbele.
Ajamaliza?
Amesema anataka kumaliza yeye na bankruptcy.
We agreed. 215.
Yeah, but you've paid 145 for heaven's sake.
Sitakulipa, sio ngoje.
See, look, kama angelipa 5, I could see. I can understand. The journey is still far.
They've paid more than
145. Surely.
She's paid 145 million.
Yes.
The balance here is not down the 60
70 million.
60 thereabouts.
5 plus 15 is 70.
Yes, it's like that. I mean, come on, man.
Sasa 60 million kitu ya kufanya ulie.
Yes, the proprietor is now threatening to sue. I mean, come on. No, it's not fair.
Let's take a break. 24 minutes to 7. Tell us what's happening on the roads.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Username brings you Serenity Springs Lanette residential plot along the Nakuru-Kalau Tarmac Road, 20 minutes from Nakuru City with proximity to high-end schools, hospitals and other key amenities. Introductory prices of 1,499,000 shillings, all inclusive with no hidden charges. An installment option is also available. Free site visits on Wednesdays and Saturdays. For more details, SMS plot to 20321 or call 0725.
Not too crazy morning with traffic today. We're just looking at what's coming in from the northern part of the city, the northern bypass. Not looking too bad as you're coming off the Thika Superhighway all the way surveyed. Then you get to the Pangani underpass, and then there's traffic because we're at the tunnel. And you know what happens when you're going through a tunnel? Everything just is becoming smaller, and all those cars that want to pass and get to town, we have to wait and be patient. So that's where there's traffic. Then we get to the other side of the road. Okay. And there's nothing. Then we get to the other side of the city, and then there's Ngong Road, and there's no traffic because everybody's behaving very well, and those who've not woken up have decided they will wait until we then get to the city, then we'll think about coming out. On the southern bypass, as usual, if you want to see the national park and buffaloes and zebra at this time, this is the time you can take the scenic route to the city. People in Westlands, they've not woken up. People on the eastern bypass, they've said Wednesday, we're not doing. So there's no traffic. Outer Ring, same thing. Coming in from Manyanja Road, Kangundo Road, everybody touching on Outer Ring, we're fine. It's a good Wednesday. Let's see how it happens as we get through the morning. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on what? X, hashtag what? The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Let me tell you how DCI is going to schools, because they said from one slot people were selling.
What?
Selling. Now, you know that 1 week after Christmas, we come to the new year and people are looking for Form 1 slots. Then there's like some heavy silence between the 1st and the 15th of January. According to what DCI is saying, and people who've now been letting the cats out of the bag, people have been throwing money everywhere in order to get their children accepted into high school. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations are probing more than 20 secondary schools in the North Rift over allegations of selling Form 1 slots. A majority of the schools under investigation are national and extra county schools, a senior detective involved in investigations revealed. The officer who requested to stay anonymous due to the sensitivity of the matter said investigations are at an advanced stage. Soon, some notorious principals will be arraigned in court. Most of the schools under investigations are in Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia and Elgeyo Marakwet counties. Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association national chairman, however, defended head teachers, saying the slots are given free of charge. This is Mr. Kuria, and he said it would be unfortunate to deny deserving students Form 1 slots and sell them. But since I took the headship at the association, I have never heard of such cases. This is news to me. If there is, then it is an isolated case, and it is one.
1, 2, 1, 2. It is selling Form 1 slots.
What? I've never heard of such a thing. Selling Form 1 slots. It's the right of children to go to high school, for goodness sake. Among the last cohort of Kenya's Certificate of Primary Education in examinations, Kabianga High School, Nanyuki High School, and Pangani Girls Schools were the most sought-after schools according to the analysis of the placement results. Others were Kapsabet Boys, Alliance Girls, Maseno, and Nakuru High Schools. In an interview with The Nation, Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu said anyone selling Form 1 slots, particularly for national and extra county schools, can easily be identified because the selection and placement is computerized.
Right.
Okay. Lauding the adoption of the electronic system in the selection and placement process, he said it had boosted efficiency, transparency, and accountability. It's computerized, but see, there's somebody who's computerizing it. Abi, how? Okay. He said it is easier to track and audit the decisions taken to ensure they are based on merit, equity, pupils' preferences, and availability of the school's places. So schools will get the names of those who have been selected to join their institutions, but in case of replacement or a principal trying to sell the spaces, parents should have reported to the deputy or county director of education.
Yeah. I mean, if you've been asked to pay,
and for a slot for your child to come to school, you should report.
Yeah.
You know, it's not here on this side. The guy is saying selling. Ati parents are removing money so that their children can go to high school. I've never heard of such a thing. Maybe in another country, not Kenya. Then the CS says, but surely, if you've been approached or you want your child to go to X school, and they tell you to bring money, you should have reported to us. Such things don't happen. Machogu said no case of selling Form 1 slots have been brought to the attention of his ministry for action. And so if you know no case has been brought, then it doesn't what? It doesn't exist. We are now in March, for goodness sake. Form 1's reported to school almost 2 months ago and have settled in. In case there was any case, it should have been reported immediately for investigation. But how do you investigate corruption if there are 2 people involved? The giver, the parent, and the recipient, the principal. How? The CS said EACC should have laid traps. Sorry. Such as, the use of treated money to arrest the corrupt education officials.
Yeah.
So that, you can leave a trail.
Yeah.
Because, that's the only way we use cash.
Yeah.
But whom will you arrest now? It's over 2 months since the selection was done.
It's true, though.
And he said what? I am not aware of the matter. And if I'm not aware, it doesn't exist.
It's true, though.
What is true?
It's 2 months since the incident happened.
Now we are finished term 1.
The person who bought the slot is not going to come out to the DCI and say, by the way, I bought the slot. No, and
how much did you buy? 600,000. What? You're not going to say.
It's not going to happen.
Eish.
The person who's going to complain is somebody who says, I was asked to pay.
And I didn't get the slot.
Yes, and I did not pay.
Yeah.
And I didn't get the slot.
Yeah,
now, you've got to prove that you asked to pay. Now, those ones may have some message here or there, some SMS, maybe, something like that. Maybe they recorded a call with the principal. Probably. That's where they'll have. Lakini ingine.
CS is saying, oh, please, for goodness sake, we are writing exam next week. Term 1 is already over. We are in our journey. We are moving. Can we focus? Who are you going to arrest now and bring to court? Please, I've never heard of such a thing.
But why is this
Even
matter
the official in those
why are they
areas.
dismissing this matter so callously? I mean,
He said it doesn't happen.
it happens.
The head of secondary schools said, this one, I've never heard of this thing in my life.
That guy is lying to his If he says he has never seen, I will say yes, what he's saying may be true. He's never heard. It's spoken of all the time. How can somebody claim that they've never heard of it?
Can I repeat what he said?
Hearing things in the bar city.
It's not just bar. It is spoken of.
Bar talk.
By the time it gets into the papers, it means kuna uvumi, sio? What wamezungumzia? So you can't say you've not heard.
It's all better. Hearing something when you're in a position such as that is actually hearing of specific incident. School principal so-and-so has asked a parent so-and-so to pay. Now that is hearing. He said, walking around the road and then you hear people screaming in the market.
Since I took the headship of the association, I have never heard of such cases.
Before he took the headship,
this is news.
Before he took the headship, he may have heard.
Breaking
but
news.
After he took the headship, he has never heard.
Never heard.
Yes.
And
status changes.
Yes. No. The point
what
he's making is
What did you say about the proverb? Too much talk blackens the ears.
Yes. You know,
you don't go walk around the market just collecting all rumors.
You have work to do.
Let me tell you, if you look at the efforts that parents make, or the allegations that the cheating we keep hearing of, have parents bang in the center of it.
Yep.
And that is with the exam cheating, because the students themselves wouldn't have money, would they? Now, if this is something that has been in the public domain and the discussion around it, are you telling me that therefore when it comes to the issue of placing children in schools, that you would not hear of similar happenings?
Of course, come on, City. Even the parent who is paying, because what we're hearing, national schools, 300,000 shillings is what people are being asked to bring. 300,000, 350,000, 200,000. You as the parent who paid, if you paid the money to whomever, amorphous person, whatever, and then your child got into the school.
Are you going to speak?
Do you really think you'll come out and say, actually, you know what?
You're not going to speak.
I was one of them who paid.
You're not going to say a word.
Unless you paid and then something happened.
Yeah.
If something then happened, then you will speak.
Come on and say, na pesa yangu walikula.
Waliitisha pesa.
Yeah. And in that case, you're also still exposing yourself to.
So you're one of them.
So you were trying to corrupt a public official.
Yeah.
And that way ndani.
Mashogu said nothing's on the bleed. Mashogu saying, you're wasting our time.
He should not dismiss this matter the way it's being dismissed.
No. It's very clear that these things happen, and it's not new.
It's not new.
Decades. For decades, this has happened.
If you were to listen to the tales around this, there are schools, government schools, where it is said, the realm of it has been spoken, and yet evidence may not be there. There are people who actually had a class created specifically for that function. A whole class.
For booze.
That one. Meaning,
like a stream.
Those who've qualified, you go the normal process, you've qualified. Then there's a stream. Wale ambao wanahitaji usaidizi. Yes, and you don't come directly. There's somebody you talk to who then talks. There's someone you pay. All that. Child gets place. And it is known. You know these things which are in the public eye and yet nobody knows about it.
Where?
Anyway, it's March, right? Mid-March last year, stories started emerging of something happening in Kilifi County at a place called Shakahola. There's a woman. Remember, we were reading a story here. There's a woman who had starved her children, and there's a chief who's raising concern.
Yes.
And then it's emerged, no. That's not the only one. There are actually others who have even gone and buried themselves. Oh, they are starving themselves. Oh, they are. Then whole thing blew up. Shakahola, mass place where people have just been going and starving them. It's been a year, people. A year. Exhibitions have not finished.
No, they haven't ended yet.
The government went to Shakahola and cordoned off Shakahola. That means anybody who wanted to go and commit suicide in Shakahola was now not able to enter Shakahola to go and do what?
Commit
suicide. Okay?
You have to go elsewhere.
So anybody who had died by April last year and had been buried was in Shakahola. Either has been exhumed or is still underground. Exhumation has not finished. There was drought. There's El Nino. Vegetation has grown. GSU Memwagwa Okoh, they've been there since last year. They've been trying to identify mass graves. They've identified 35 mass graves so far, but they have not exhumed all those 35 mass graves for reasons better known to the government. How long does a body wait to be exhumed before it completely decomposes?
I'll find out. I saw that just the other day, actually.
Higher. Now, the government is now considering, now that we have exhumed 429 bodies from this place, and we have not even communicated to the family, we need to start giving families these bodies to go and bury. Okay. For you to do that, you need to have properly identified the bodies and said, this is so-and-so who has been listed here as missing. And this person, we've matched their DNA with so-and-so because some of them are badly decomposed. Only 30 of those bodies have been matched with their loved ones. So we have very many.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a body, if buried in a coffin, we're not just talking about in the ground. If buried in a coffin, will take a year to decompose.
Okay.
Now, if it's buried just in the ground, it'll take about 7 to 8 months.
7 to 8 months?
Yes.
To fully decompose?
To fully decompose, because now it's one with the earth, essentially.
Okay.
Now, they're saying that to now complete decomposition, where it's just bones left, will take about 10 years. Yeah.
So there's still some body there, but decomposed bodies, it's 12 months.
Yeah.
It's beyond the 8-9 months.
Yeah, and with what we're seeing in Shakahola, there's no coffin.
Yep.
So it's just with the earth.
So they're decomposed.
Yes.
So you need DNA to identify these bodies.
Yes.
Now, only 30 have so far been identified. The head of homicide at the DCI, Martin Nyuguto, and the chief government pathologist, Dr. Johansson Odor, held their final planning meeting yesterday in Malindi to fine-tune logistics of releasing the bodies.
Fine-tune?
Yeah.
Okay.
Final planning meeting to fine-tune the logistics of releasing the bodies. They also agreed to commence the last phase of exhumation.
No, stop it, because they said this a couple of months ago. They said that they were going into the last phase in February.
Yeah, now the final meeting now, yesterday planning.
It's March comes after February.
The final meeting now was yesterday. Now now we are going to commence final phase of exhumation.
There was the previous now. Now this is the current now.
Okay.
And then now those bodies will now be released. Now the issue is, how do you release these 300 plus bodies?
When you do not know who they belong to.
Yeah.
Well, actually, even the ones that you're releasing and you say you did identify, do we know that what you're saying is actually true?
They've matched them with DNA, that's what they say.
Even
30 remains,
so they've
matched them. Investigators say the bodies of 2 boys who were starved to death, exposing activities of the quasi-religious group linked to cult leader Paul Mackenzie, are among those positively identified so far. That is, Amani Ngala and his young brother were sons of a former soldier. The boys were the first to be reported dead inside the Shakahola forest in mid-March, leading to the arrest of Mackenzie. Their mother, Emily Wanje, was also positively identified through DNA sampling. So some 30 ones like this, those ones initially were identified. The rest, you just have bodies and they've been lying somewhere in some storage for over 1 year, and people have come, they've said, we're here, we are looking for our loved one. They have no closure, and we know that you have bodies. And they're still saying we are doing final exhumation, final planning, final release of bodies, final... This is one, in my opinion, one bungled operation.
Oh my God. Meanwhile, can we just make it a little bit more confusing? There is a court case.
Yep.
Right? That is dependent on this information.
Yep.
To charge these individuals who are currently in custody.
Yep.
Now remember, the 429 counts, right, are being leveled against these individuals. If you cannot identify who these individuals are, what does that do for your case, whereby the charges leveled are hinged on these individuals who have died?
Yeah. You're accused of murdering person John Doe.
And you do not know who John Doe is.
Yeah. This Shakahola story, this one, I do not know why the government decided to do this. It must have a reason.
Government always has a reason. It may not be obvious to us, but it is not just only obvious to the government, it is clear to the government. They know exactly what they're doing. So long as this story is prolonged, remember, the gory nature of these happenings have kept us glued for a long time. Glued to waiting for more information, figuring out how such a thing could have happened under the so-called dutiful, watchful eye of government officials and all that. There are more questions than there have been answers provided for this matter. And we are really very, very far from coming to a conclusion on this matter. And yet, we know that the government agencies that are involved in determining the veracity of these matters are capable. They're not incapable, they are capable. So, why is it that this matter keeps going around in so many circles? This simple thing. Simple in that people have died, they've been exhumated. The thread can be seen, and yet somehow we are nowhere near concluding this matter. How is that so?
I just fear that this matter will not be dealt with conclusively.
Yep.
And it's just going to go into the earth like the bodies. And it's just going to, after a while, it's going to disappear, and the people are going to stop talking about it. And at some point, everybody who is there involved in the whatever will pack up their things, and the Red Cross will shut down its freezers, and it will be declared ground zero, and everybody will leave, and Shakahola will be a story of 2023, 2024, and that's it.
Yep.
I don't think that the court case will go anywhere. I think that people are going to be released on their own recognizance, because you can't join two together. And people are going to get some kind of lethargy when it comes to, they already have, in my opinion. And this story, unfortunately, is going to the dogs. Nothing is going to be done. There will be no conclusion. It will be just another thing that happened in Kenya in 2023.
Yeah. We said that. Even last year. Siti, which story do you want to tell us from that story? Yo, Aisha Jumwa, it sounds juicy.
Sorry?
The sound juicy, yo, Aisha Jumwa.
It is. Let me get to the story on page 2 so that you understand. Cabinet Secretary Aisha Jumwa has 3 weeks to pay a debt of 60 million or face a bankruptcy suit. Bevaj Financial Limited moved to Milimani Court on Tuesday and filed a notice demanding that Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Arts, Heritage to pay 60 million within 21 days or insolvency proceedings be filed against her. Take notice that within, and then the story blah, 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 blah. The understanding was that she was supposed to have paid this amount of money in the space of a year, but the loan she could get was for the 145. And she had asked for this thing to be split into 2 so that she could pay. Okay? Now, I don't know why it is that this particular gentleman, this particular individual, has decided, through their lawyer David Kirimi, to actually demand that this thing be paid within this time. She paid 10 million upon signing the addendum and promised to clear the balance of 60 million within a year.
Okay.
Last evening, Juma said that she could not comment on the notice because she had not been served yet. This is an insolvency case. I should be served personally, and I haven't. Therefore, I reserve my comments. Juma began her political career as a Kanu youth winger before she became a councillor in Kilifi. She then became an MP and was named Cabinet Secretary for Public Service in 2022. As soon as she assumed office in 2022, thugs broke into her house in Loresho, where they stole mobile phones, an unknown amount of cash, and unquantified valuables. It's after the incident that she shifted to her new stately home in Runda, which is now the subject of her court proceedings. At the same time, she was facing murder charges, which the Director of Public Prosecution withdrew together with the alleged graft charges. This story, if you look at it, is a bit of a storm in a teacup. It's been given the headlines, but somebody is asking for their money to be paid, okay? And they're threatening the worst possible threat you could have, because if you are declared blank up, you can't actually hold a public office. So, it's a simple story of someone took a loan to pay, there's a balance she needs to pay. She joins a list of very many people who have loans that they have not completed.
Yes, no.
Very many people who haven't paid, some who are still finding new ways of paying, some who are asking for restructuring. She is not doing anything that other people are not doing in this country.
It's just that she has CS behind her name.
That is precisely it.
Yeah.
So why was this thing given a headline?
Because she's a CS. And a CS facing a bankruptcy charge is big news. Because
Why?
you know what it means. It means that you cannot hold public office, just like you reminded us.
That's it. If you have these issues, you can't.
If she was an individual, just an ordinary individual, it would make headlines. But now, the move begins with the removal of a cabinet secretary on account of bankruptcy.
She owes money. She didn't kill someone. Owes. Owes.
Yeah. So?
You know, this story is at the center. It's
a big story.
It's a
but
huge
that house.
It's lovely.
The photo. Hey.
The house is
lovely.
lovely.
Like a school.
Hey. Yeah, it's a good house, brother.
No, it's a beautiful house. It's a beautiful. You see, you know what I'm stuck on? Huh? She owes the money.
Yes.
Okay. She has not refused to pay. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a civil matter.
You don't know.
And that's why cases. That's why civil cases exist. You owe, you pay. And if you don't pay, we move to the next part of the contract. Enforcement.
Sawa.
We shall be talking about Kipchumba Murkomen's new measures, which he says are aimed at curbing road carnage, including the return of NTSA onto the roads, retesting all PSV drivers. They had first of all said, no, Bwana Waziri, this is too much. And he had said, okay, don't do it. Now he says it's going to come back immediately with forthwith effect. It's 7 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm La Obaga. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has announced the immediate commencement of a nationwide crackdown to curb road accidents. Speaking in Kisumu, the CS said the crackdown will target all unroadworthy vehicles, private, public, institutional, drivers, riders and pedestrians. The CS directed law enforcement agencies across the country to immediately develop and implement a nationwide program for traffic law enforcement to stem the devastating tide of deaths and injuries arising from road traffic accidents.
Time has come for us as a country to crack down on all the errant driver, to crack down on all unroadworthy motor vehicles, and also to enforce the traffic laws of our country to the letter, to avoid these needless. I have had a discussion this morning with my counterpart, the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, and between us, the National Police Service Traffic Department, and the National Transport Safety Agency, NTSA, we must come with a program to rein in on the problem of road traffic accidents, enforce the law, and make sure that we bring down the numbers of our people that we are losing every year.
Regarding the issue of mines, Kindiki has asked all miners to register themselves as groups and follow the rules and regulations of mining.
Kuna swala hili la wale ambao wanachimba migodi, na sisi tungetaka hiyo migodi iwe salama, kwa sababu hatungetaka wakati wananchi wanaenda kujitafutia riziki pale kwa mgodi unaanguka, alafu watu wetu wanapata maafa. Tunashirikiana na Wizara ya Madini na wote ambao wanahusika katika uchimbaji migodi, ni lazima wajisajilishe, tujue ni kina nani, na wafanye vikundi vyao wenyewe vya kujisimamia ili waweke sheria ya jinsi kazi ile itaendelea katika migodi. Sasa hapo kwa migodi, nimeambia wenzangu ambao wako hapa wahakikishe wamelainisha hiyo sekta ili tusiwe na maafa kwa sababu ya wananchi kuingia pale na saa ingine wanaumia wakati migodi inaporomoka.
Elsewhere, learning activities at the Kenyatta University have been suspended for 3 days from today in honor of the 11 students who lost their lives in a grisly road accident along the Mombasa-Nairobi highway. KU Deputy Vice Chancellor Washeke Wanjohi said during this period they'll mourn the departed souls. The 11 students were part of a group of 58 others who were heading to Mombasa for an academic trip. Here are the survivors of the accident.
The greatest impact of the crash. So I remember people shouting, trying to warn the driver of an incoming truck. Then the next thing I heard was a loud bang. Then I was just flying outside.
Our journey was okay until that point. I would just love to urge the drivers to be a little bit more careful, especially carrying a large number of people. You will be considerate of the people in the car, even if you're in a hurry, you try to be careful.
Mimi ile ningetaka kupendekeza ni ya kwamba madereva wakiwa barabarani wakuwe waangalifu, ni kwa sababu hizi ajali za watoto wa shule zimekuwa nyingi.
This event comes as Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has ordered for the retesting of all PSV drivers and return of NTSA officials amid rise in road accidents. And finally, police in Bomet have arrested 2 suspects in connection with the heckling and booing during a presidential function in the county on Saturday last week. County Commissioner Ahmed Omar said the 2 were nabbed in their hideouts and are currently being interrogated by security agencies. Omar said 3 other known persons are being sought by the police over the same. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, let's see where we are this morning at a few minutes after 7 o'clock. And has traffic done the thing? Not really. What's happening today, guys? We want traffic to feel normal. Okay, well, there it is on the Thika Superhighway as you come past KCA, heading out towards the CBD. Let's see how many more acronyms you can put in there. Coming past NYS and KUC, which is Kenya Utali College. There's traffic all over the place there. And so that means that it has cramped up because you're getting through the tunnel. It's going to be slower. All right, as you come off of Limuru Road this morning, there's also some traffic. James Gishoro seems to have started early. In and outbound traffic over the drift as you're trying to come in from Wayaki Way and then get over towards Red Hill Link Road or then onto Wayaki Way. There's some movement, but there's also a hold-up. So let's keep an eye on that. Ring Road Western State House, that has not packed up just yet, but likely to as we get towards traffic hour. Let's look on the eastern side where traffic is also starting to build on Jogo Road. Folks seem to have started late today, but there it is. Traffic on Outer Ring coming in from Kangunda Road as well as Manyanja Road. Folks trying to cross over towards Jogo Road. So that's already starting to pack up. We're going to keep an eye on things. We're going to creep into traffic hour not too far from now. So let's keep our wits about and see what happens as we do. We'll talk on Spice FM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
7 minutes after 7.
This
How are you
is
doing?
the
Welcome
Situation
to the
Room.
Second half of the Situation Room. Happy Wednesday. Today is the day when people are going to Lynette and there is organized transport by Username Investment Limited. They're saying, we have been talking about this development called Serenity Springs in Lynette, Nakuru City, and you want to go there and see it for yourself. Today is the day. In about 12 minutes time, if you're at Kencom, the bus will be departing, heading towards Lynette. So please, those who wanted to travel, go to Kencom, take the bus. It goes through Nakuru. Those who are in Nakuru, go to what mall again? Ndu?
West End.
The West End Mall in Nakuru. At what time?
8:30.
Yes. Be there 8:30. Another bus will take you to Lynette. This is because Serenity Springs in Lynette is this brand new swanky development in Lynette. What's good about it, City?
Well, what's good about it are the things that you are guaranteed. You're not just going to get some empty space with nothing. You know? Plots already been demarcated, determined as you buy. Title is not going to come to you in 3 years' time. So you finish paying for the plot, you get title. Meaning, the earth that you have purchased is ready to be built on. You're also told that, you're assured what? Appreciation of value. Given where it is, given what's around it. It has a concrete pole perimeter fence. Meaning, eco-fair fence. roads are their demarcation, not demarcation, roads, maram roads, compacted maram roads. Okay? In case you're thinking that's just thistle and brush, no. They even have tree cover in the estate. Okay? Electricity on site. You don't have to go around looking for it. It exists. Plug and play, as we say. Water, there's borehole. But the thing that I consider most crucial is this. There are no surprises waiting for you around the corner where you're told, you paid inclusive. Once you've paid, that's it. It's 1/8 of an acre, and the asking price is 1,499,000 Kenyan shillings. You can begin by paying 10%. You can pay in 3 months. You can pay in 6 months, 9 months. I mean, what you are able to do. But in case you have other ideas, why don't you just call them and go and have a chit-chat with them and say, look, folks, this is what I'm able to do. I understand this is the amount. Can you find a plan that would suit my capacity? Yes.
Fantastic.
Ni ya kuongea, as we say in Kenya. Yes.
Ndu?
Yes.
Yeah.
West Side. 8:30 p.m. a.m.
West End.
Side.
West Side. Just think about West Side till I die.
West Side Mall is a prestigious and ultra-modern commercial property destined to become... it's in Nakuru at the heart of Rift Valley. West Side.
West Side. See West End.
See West End.
I'm the one who corrupted this conversation, isn't it?
It is you, City.
I apologize.
You planted
the West End in your minds.
We all know what mall you're talking about.
We can even see it.
We've been there. Okay, it's called West Side. Yeah. West Side Mall. Yeah. So head there and you'll get the bus. If you're not able to travel today, you can travel again on Saturday. Or you can actually call them and start making those arrangements. 0725 000 222. That's 0725 000 222. Username Investments Limited. Ask them about Serenity Springs in Lanette. Or you can just send the word, SMS the word plot to 20321. They'll call you back with more information. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll be joined shortly by Alhaji Hassan Ole Nado. He's the national chairman of the Supreme Council of Kenyan Muslims. He'll be joining us for a conversation. Before he comes here, let's talk about this big one. It's a headline everywhere today. The killer roads that have claimed 25 lives. Too little, too late is a headline in the standard new laws to tame accidents. This is after the move that was taken yesterday by the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Kipchumba Murkomen, who said, okay, this is what's happening. After the previous accident in Londiani, had come up and said, we are going to subject all PSV and truck drivers, heavy motor vehicle drivers, to fresh tests. And then there was hue and cry from PSV people who said, okay, no, this is going to disrupt operations. And he said, all right, so we'll work on the modalities of that and bring it up in the future. Now he says, you know what, this now, we are doing it now. We've got to get it done now. So PSV drivers, we retest everybody. And then all motorists will have to be getting some medical check before you renew your driving license to make sure that only those who are suitable to be drivers on the roads are going to be drivers on the road. The other thing is, we had our officers at NTSA collaborating with the officers from the interior, the National Police Service, on the roads. And then there was all this cry, NTSA, it's not their mandate, it's not... But now, no. I've talked to my colleague, Kithure Kindiki. We have agreed, Hikitu, NTSA officers back on the road to enforce. The other thing that we had already started working on this was we need a proper investigations agency for accidents. We actually don't have one. Even when you have air crash, like the incident at Wilson Airport the other day, the investigator should be from the government, the Ministry of Transport. But there's no specific unit that does investigations. It's cobbled up on a need basis. How about we have a proper thing that does accident investigations, road, rail, marine, everything. We have an accident, a team comes to investigate what caused the accident, so we can know. This thing of saying, inaonekana huyu driver alikuwa na speed, inaonekana ilikuwa tire bus. Can we establish for sure what's causing it? And if it was an issue of road design, then we can tell here, this is a black spot because road design, or so on and so forth. So these are measures.
That's true.
Make sense?
Absolutely. I try to imagine over the last year, because we normally get those statistics towards the end of the year and they tell us, well, so many accidents have happened on the road, etc. But then what's the recourse? That unfortunately, most of these cases end up in a Polisana kind of situation. And then we commiserate with those who've lost loved ones. And then we, say, well, we're going to hold somebody for so long to try and find out what happened. But that's about the size of it. That's all that really happens. We say sorry and we get rid of the wreckage and we ask people to be careful on the roads. That's it. There is no, like you're saying, there is no effect. There is no reason. There is no cause that has been established. So you cannot seek proper recourse if you don't have a cause. You don't know the reason.
Yep.
So even if you can put up 100 commissions, you can put up 100 units to then deal with this. But if you don't know the causes of such, because there's a plethora of them. Yes, somebody may have been drunk driving. Yes, there could be a problem on the road at a particular spot. Yes, there could be that there's a design flaw. It could be that somebody's on the road and they don't have a proper license. It could be that somebody is lacking proper training. All of those things could be reasons. But how will you deal with them if you don't find out that 100%, 16 is because of poor driving, 17 is because of poor road design?
Yeah.
How do you deal with it if you don't know the cause?
Yep.
How do you treat?
Now, the only thing, though, I'm asking myself, why not make this a department of the NTSA? The National Transport and Safety Authority should have
investigative
arm, for sure.
As you're coming up with policy, your policy is informed by something. They're the ones who collect and collate all these data that they tell us at the end of the year, oh, this number of accidents happened this year, this number of people died, these people are pedestrians, these people are in the vehicle, these people are passengers, these were drivers. They should have an investigative arm within NTSA. Why create a whole different board?
A new one. Why? You have these people
We've
already.
had situations in our history where accidents have killed more people than malaria. Why is it that this has not been done? Why are we reacting to this spate of accidents? This is something that should have been done a long time ago, just as a matter of course, to ensure that when these things happen, there's proper procedure. Why do you wait for there to be one accident piled upon each other for you then to react and say, this is what we are going to do? Why?
And maybe it's about time we start asking questions. What exactly did NTSA do, apart from registering motor vehicles and giving you driving licenses and renewing them?
What do they do?
And giving us these statistics.
And then also, what else can they do?
Yeah. What was the original idea of establishing NTSA? How much of that are they doing? What do they lack? Do they lack capacity? Do they lack budgetary allocation? What is it that they need? Look into it and make sure that NTSA is doing the right thing. NTSA has become this place where it's just a pain point. You are applying for a driving license, it's a pain point. You are looking for, now you have to change their number plates. People are waiting for number plates. They have not been processed at NTSA. Remember Kipchumba Murkomen even going himself to find what is wrong. Watu wote wamengojea hapa number plate. Oh, sijui file, sijui iko hapa nyuma, sijui, and the number plate was sent to Kirikou.
At the end of it, no number plate.
They did a few while he was there, but then when he left.
Those were inefficiencies that were picked out at NTSA itself. Ask people who have gone for driver's licenses and the examiners at NTSA. Okay?
It's a very painful process.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. You go in there and the insult is from the unakuja wapi? Unataka nini? Movie gari kutoka hapa, weka pale. Kama huwezi toka, you failed. Go. That is how they are treated. And you have had very many complaints. I'm saying that here without fear because I've heard very many people complaining that you go and you're applying for a driving license. First-time drivers, young people, walk in there and you're expecting just a smooth experience. I have been trained. I went to a driving school. Through the driving school, I've applied to come and do this test. I expect to come in, ask me the questions. I'll respond to the questions. You want me to enter the vehicle and move the vehicle? I'll
Instead,
move the vehicle.
It's harassment.
What? Anyway, Kipchumba, uko na kasi mengi sana, my brother. Sana. Our guest is in the studio. His name is Alhaji Hassan Olenado, the National Chairman of the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims. He's in the studio. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
I hope it will be a little bit warmer, not hot. It will be warm.
Yeah, and greetings for Ramadan. Greetings to you, of course, and all the other Muslims who are right now observing the holy month of Ramadan.
Thank you.
To welcome you to the conversation, CT will give you the day's proverb. This week the proverbs are?
All our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the Republic of Burundi. Too many words blacken your ears.
Too many words blacken your ears.
Yes.
Well, Chairman, what do you make of this?
I think it speaks to the action than actually too many words, because you may be talking of so many things, everything, and then like what we have been discussing here, the issue of DSA and other things. Those are too many words. They are blackened ears. We need to have more of actions and strategies on how to get out of where we are, instead of just having all the time conversations about issues that are actually the solutions are known. Yeah.
Stop with the words, move into action.
Yeah, absolutely.
A good one. We've invited you here so we can have a conversation about the place of religious associations in participating in key legislative proposals and policy proposals in governance, right?
Yeah.
So we know that the principle of public participation is in the Constitution.
True.
And it's expected that in every step of decision making in the country, the public shall be engaged. And the public include interest groups. In fact, the best way to engage the public is various interest groups. Interest groups and stakeholders include religious organizations. So far, Mr. Chairman, in the various legislative proposals and processes that have taken place, have you been approached in any of them and told, we are working on a new policy, we are working on new ideas, we are working on regulations to bring effect to a law, we are working on a bill to become law, and we'd like your input as this key stakeholder of our society?
Thank you, team, Spice team. I think in my experience, having in SUPCAM for a number of years now, is that there are two avenues in which we engage in this conversation, especially on the bills and other policy issues. One is general, which, like every other Kenyan, you can just see an advert that there is this bill coming in place, so we are calling for public participation, send your memorandums, whatever. But there are also specific bills that normally Parliament or Senate will want to engage the religious sector, the religious organization, especially when I'm talking of Muslims, for example. If an issue under discussion touches on matters that are actually somehow has religious or are sensitive to the religious community, to a certain religious grouping. Like, for example, when we have this conversation about, when we have issues about education, because the religious sector are a key contributor in education in this country. So in such, the government normally seeks to engage directly to the religious sector. When we also have, initially there have been a conversation about children surrogacy, that word, and now because of the religious interest in that conversation, then we were reached out directly that what do you have to say about this, what would be your contribution on this matter, and many other matters. So to me, I see it that way, that we have specific engagements where the Parliament or Senate will want to engage the religious sector, and there are those general which we can also just jump into the conversation like any other interest group or any other Kenyan group. Yeah.
Is that sufficient?
I don't want to say this is actually it's not sufficient or sufficient, but I just want to say I see those are the avenues that have been there. So if there are maybe, because we are just a stakeholder like any other stakeholder. Yeah.
Because it's something that most people
yes.
Subscribe to, a religion in one way or another. Do you think that then it is necessary for that involvement, because it's part of life?
Yes.
You believe in something, you believe in and the tenets of a particular of your religion, whether it's Islam, whether it's Christianity, whatever it is. So it's part of your life.
It is
part of who you are. So should we not be looking at a situation whereby our religious leaders, our religious beliefs and how we live then should be involved in then how we are governed or led?
Historically, the religious sector in this country is very, very much involved. And what I can actually describe as that particular involvement is the fact that we are also citizens of this country and we know what's going on. So instead of us also just wanting to be engaged while seated in a corner, we should also be proactive in actually saying, hey, this thing is coming up. Why don't we make this kind of a contribution? So while there is a responsibility of those who are steering the processes to engage, we also have equal responsibility of reaching out and ensuring that the issues of interest to the people we represent, to the institutions and communities that we represent, are taken into consideration. So we have to be proactive at the same time.
And are religious leaders proactive today, where we are looking at certain things going on? Let's have a look at the nation and the way it looks at the moment. And there's so many conversations that are running at the same time. We came off, and maybe we're still in it, but we've been coming from a time where, and still in the moment, where the economy is a problem for every Kenyan today. And asking then what responsibility leadership has in making sure that it is not a pain point for the livelihoods of Kenyans. Contribution to that debate. What should be the contribution to that debate?
I think I've said before, we are all Kenyans, so we know what is happening in this space. Historically, the religious sector has been speaking with one voice, and fully and strongly with one voice. But we are in a scenario where now they are also specific, they are also emerging because of our democratic space. Many other stakeholders or players within the space who also claim to represent this group and this other group, making it very difficult sometimes to have a unified religious voice. And that on our side is undoing, because it has taken away the strength that used to be actually had by the religious sector. Because if you have, as they call it, I'm not the one calling them, charismatic preachers who has become entities on their own, institutions on their own, but they're actually individuals saying, if they start up and say, this is where we belong, this is what we support, then it makes it very difficult for now the mainstream, in quotes, to come and count and say, look, you don't represent us. So it becomes a very big problem, and where the mainstream now will be forced to go to the corner and retreat and to watch on the space. And this, what is it that we can do now? Now the space is actually becoming, in quotes, dirty, because you cannot come and start competing in the space over ideas that you are supposed to be, for the interest of this country. So some of the people may just decide and say, I think I may not want to engage in this conversation. Let me just watch it from the distance. So, and this has the political kind of input, because we see politics playing into the religious space. When they have the religious, pulling the religious space, it actually takes away the strength of the religious sector. Yeah.
There are those who have argued and stated that those who belong to the Islamic faith are not treated as equal citizens to other citizens of this country. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, and again, we go back to the word that has been used in this country for the last 50 years, the issue of marginalization of sections of this country and also communities of this country. It is true that Muslims face a lot of challenges, especially in acquiring documents that actually, citizenship documents, ID cards, and also passports and other important engagements in the state. And there are a lot of issues that are spoken about it. I remember one time I raised the issue with the leadership in different ministries. This particular matter of vetting of ID cards, national identity cards. What I was told is a very interesting thing, because when you go to the Ministry of Interior, the registration of persons, you will find the service charter actually explaining how the services are acquired in that particular office. Unfortunately, within the charter, nothing touches on the problem that we face as a community. So which means we don't fall, our issues doesn't fall into that charter, but they are somewhere else, which means they are unwritten instructions on how to deal with this particular community. When I engaged, I was told that the challenge with the Muslim community is we have what is described as the border names. It was actually a very interesting learning to me that there are names that are considered to be border names. So border names are names that can be everyone else have, irrespective of where you come from. You may come from Djibouti, you may come from Malawi, Tanzania, whatever country that you come, but you have those names. Which are those names? Muslim names. So if you have 3 Muslim names, then you are considered a border person. Irrespective, even if you are born in the middle of Nyeri, I don't know where is the middle of Kenya, in the center of Kenya, wherever it is.
Isiolo.
Isiolo, eh? No, Isiolo now becomes really a serious border.
It is the middle of Kenya.
Oh, okay. Geographically.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when you have those names, then you are considered a border person, which means a border person requires vetting. Unfortunately, the vetting is actually not about when you are born, where you are born. It goes beyond that. It reaches a situation where you'll be asked where's your father's ID.
You have to show your lineage
even
properly.
In some cases, a title deed is asked whether you are actually a local person. And you know, some of us may not even have parcels of land. And you'll be told now, because you don't have anything to demonstrate that you belong to this particular area that you come from. And it's a big problem. It's actually been, the government has not been able to address this particular question. We appreciate the fact that we face a lot of challenges as a country, and not only Kenya, the rest of the world, because of the emergence of interesting groups in different parts of the world. But that there should be a local solution to such issues. I think we don't need to really to mistreat people because they profess or they have certain names. That is not something that we should be entertained in this century.
This is a challenge that's been there for a while. Has the leadership, have the leaderships of the various Muslim organizations proposed a solution to this?
We have proposed.
Has there been proper engagement with the government and said, so this is then how we go about it? So we hear what you're saying, border names, this and the other, but then this is how we can cure this problem. This is how we propose that we cure the problem, because people need to get, Hassan Olenaido needs to get an ID.
Yeah, the government is a very interesting entity. It can actually come with solutions that will not address the problem. And this is how it does. For example, in the vetting committees, we are supposed to be having the local people who now, even those who profess the Islamic faith, they also sit in that committee. But the problem persists. It doesn't address the problem. So when you raise the problem, when you say that, we have this issue, and then they'll say, one of you is seated there in that committee. So it becomes very difficult. Sometimes it brings actually a conflict within the community, blaming the person who sits in the board or in the vetting committee that he's not addressing the problem. So it becomes complex because we don't know whether this person has been just put there for the sake of him for us to see he's seated there, or he actually there to deal with the problem. Then we now have another interesting kind of vetting, that with the passport processing. The passport processing has removed the traditional vetting where people used to sit down and actually you'll be asked questions which clan do you come from, which corner of the country you come from. That one has been removed. What goes on there is now a background vetting with the government agencies, what is now famously called multi-agency, whatever, vetting behind the scenes. And that takes ages, because I can actually tell you, I am in charge of the Kenya Hajj mission, and we help Kenyans to go to Mecca, and majority of them may not have passports. So I was one time helping someone, because that's our responsibility, to get a passport, because he gotten a donor to travel to Mecca, so he did not have the passport. The person is working in Busia. He was brought up in Eldoret, but interestingly was born in Marsabit.
Babas.
Wow.
Now, when we wanted to fast track the process, then I was told they were trying to check records in Wasinkishu and it's not available. And then this guy,
where he says he was brought up.
Yes, but now the person also did not know that there was vetting going on behind the scenes. So he did not. When I asked him, where do you come from? He said, I come from Wasinkishu. Then I tell the immigration that this person comes from Wasinkishu. Then later on I was, no, it doesn't come from Wasinkishu. Then it took us another 1 week to establish that this person comes from Marsabit. But you can imagine, if you go and vet and try to establish the person from Marsabit, who has never been in Marsabit.
Yeah.
He was born in Marsabit but moved to Wasinkishu. Who knows this person in Marsabit? Nobody knows him.
Yeah.
Because he was basically born in Marsabit. So the birth certificate bears Marsabit as the place where he was born. But he's living in Wasinkishu and working in Busia. So how do you do the background check of such an individual? That is the dilemma that many Kenyans face. And you may actually find that person, he may never get a passport.
If I juxtapose what you've just said, born in Nyeri,
yes,
okay, but working in Mombasa, and now moved to Kwale,
yes,
okay,
yes.
Now, should that then not also create a similar problem? But that it doesn't, and the reason is because you're born in Nyeri. So Nyeri is not considered a problem area.
Yes.
No one wants to say it, but if you come from some of the counties in the northern part of this country, the problem exists by virtue of the fact that you come from these counties. So everything else that follows is now subject to the many question marks that arise because it is said you were born in these counties.
But City, if you were born in Nyeri and you have a border name,
and you are Mohammed Hassan Noor, then you are in trouble.
Problems.
Yes. I was going to compound it, but I wanted to lay the ground for this first so that you know that you already have a problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go take a break and then we'll continue the conversation shortly. 24 minutes to 8. Alhaji Hassan Ole Nado is the national chairman of the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims. He's our guest this morning. We are talking about governance and the place of key institutions such as religious associations in policy, in legislation, in governance of the country.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Username brings you Serenity Springs Lanet residential plot along the Nakuru Okoh Tarmac Road, 20 minutes from Nakuru City with proximity to high-end schools, hospitals and other key amenities. Introductory prices of 1,499,000 shillings, all inclusive with no hidden charges. An installment option is also available. Free site visits on Wednesdays and Saturdays. For more details, SMS plot to 20321 or call 0725.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 26 and we'll see highs of 30 in sunny Nakuru at 15. It's 18 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 28, while sunny conditions in Eldoret will see us through to highs of 28 and lows of 14. It's mostly cloudy in Mombasa at 26 with highs of 33, while Malindi at 28 will see highs of 33 as well. Kisumu sunny at 28 with highs of 33, and Kakamega at 18 is sunny with highs of 34. All right, out into Kampala, it's sunny at 22 with highs of 30, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy, currently at 26. Looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 17, we'll see highs of 29, while at 29 Mogadishu is sunny, we'll see highs of 32, and a 15-degree Addis will go to highs of 26 and lows of 12, while Lagos is partly cloudy at 28, we'll see highs of 34, and Kinshasa at 24 is mostly clear, we'll see highs of 34 and lows of 24.
Some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days and I can just free and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
Okay, into traffic hour this morning. That's, I think, where the action is actually happening this time of day. It's heavy coming off the Thika Superhighway. As you get then into the city, you should be fine. Depending on what direction you're going in towards downtown, coming out through Westlands, keeping an eye on things. We'll do that today. Outer Ring is crazy today. So imagine coming from Cabanas, going towards North Airport Road. If you're turning off onto Outer Ring, you're at a standstill. If you're going further along North Airport Road, heading out towards the Eastern Bypass, it's even stiller there. Okay, we're looking at Manyanja Road, creeping over towards Jogo Road, and also coming off of Kangunda Road. There's been traffic there all morning. All right, Savannah Road also coming in from Donholm. That is also crazy. Not quite sure what's going on here, but let's keep an eye. If you're in the area, give us a shout about what the problem could be, and we'll spread the word. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Our conversation continues with Alhaji Hassan Ole Nado, the national chairman of SUPKEM. He's our guest this morning. Alhaji, as we talk about all these challenges, I want to go back to the question that I asked. So, as for example, the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, you're an organized entity, right? You represent the interest of the overall Muslim community in the country. True. The various Muslim groups and associations all come up into the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims. So therefore, you're a powerful and strong voice. The question I want to ask is, do you sit as SUPKEM and engage with the community and see these are the challenges that we are facing that are unique to us, and this will be the solution, and then you influence policy change? What is the role of SUPKEM in advocacy for policy, and how far does it extend?
Thank you. Actually, the SUPKEM, as you have really described properly, that is what it is. We are supposed to represent the interests of Muslims, especially at the advocacy level, and that is why this organization was established. It was actually established to be the bridge between the Muslims and government, in quotes, that when it was formed. And how we normally discharge our mandate is through engagements, and actually on matters that touches on Islamic faith. Some of these matters are issues that come in the limelight, which are known by every other Muslim, and whenever such an issue comes up, we caucus, we engage. We sit down at different Muslim formations in the country and come up with a common position, and then we put forward our proposal, and now continuing with networking with the rest. The formula that we also have situations where we directly receive issues from the grassroots, from institutions. So for example, we now have the issue at our table about what had happened in North Hor, for example, where the schools are forcing students to remove the hijab in that part of the country, and it's a big problem now. And in areas like Marsabit, sometimes religious matters can easily trigger ethnic tension, which is very unfortunate. And this is something that we are trying to address. How that happened? That just happened in one school. The local community have tried to raise their voices. They have written their memorandum to the county education directorate, and nothing is coming out. There is a directive by the ministry before, and even most recently by the former PS, Mr. Juan, directing schools that they should allow the religious, various religious traditions to exercise their religious duties within the school jurisdiction, but it is not working. So in such a scenario now, we are now mobilizing ourselves to engage again to the ministry that this is what is happening, despite all the previous directives that have been received, but still schools are adamant to really to follow the guidelines of the ministry. So when such matters happen, you actually don't even need to convene anyone. The issues that are just forwarded by the community that we have this problem, we want it to be had at the national level. We had this problem, we want it to be had at the different levels. That's what happens. That's what we do on day-to-day basis. Go to the office now and receive so many other issues that has emerged in different parts of the country. So when you have an issue that now requires a unified voice, we mobilize all the other national Muslim organizations and we come up with a common position. We do so to avoid a situation where you give this particular position, and then another group gives a different position on the same issue. So it is always good to have that consensus among different formations to have a unified position for the religion, for the Muslim community.
So I can understand the unification within. I mean, and obviously, I think we know from time, just seeing how things are organized and now trying to bring people together for a common good, for a common cause. How does this same principle, this same concept then apply when we're looking at national issues today? And to hear your thoughts about what is currently going on in the country and how voices can come together to essentially be part of the conversation towards solving those issues.
Yeah, I think we are not coming out clearly on what is this animal happening currently in the country. Because we have a lot of issues happening in the country. And I was telling my colleagues in the religious sector last week that we are now having about 9 bills in education alone. You know, and though we are expecting, they are moving to Parliament as omnibus. You know, and then on the pipeline, we also have 10 pieces of legislation from NADCO. So we are going to have a very busy
session of parliament,
and also engagements. And I was telling my colleagues, if we are not careful, then a lot of things will pass through without under our fingers, because these things are too much. There are so many, and sometimes we get lost on what exactly do we look at, because things are coming in a, very quickly and very high speed, and they are supposed to be, like for example, the bills for the educational bills, they are supposed to be finalized for the purposes of the budget. And most likely also the NADCO bills may to be on the same thing. So, and those are some of the few challenges. Sometimes the groups like ours faces challenges in terms of how then do we coordinate, because some of these things we may lack sometimes expertise that are required to be able to deal with these matters, because religious sector relies largely on the volunteers. And you have a lot of things at the same time. You may not be in a position to adequately deal with all the matters. You may now be selective and saying which one is more risky to us that we need to concentrate on. So you leave the rest and pick one. And that is the undoing that the religious sector is doing, because we may not be able to scrutinize all the
everything that's happening at the same time.
Happening at the same time.
But you have organization. You, for example, now as SUPKEM, you also now are members of the Interreligious Council.
Yes.
All right. And then you start getting into the broader civil society movement, where Interreligious Council plus other civil society groups can come together, and civil societies, and have a conversation. We've seen it happen before.
Yes.
We saw Fungamano, which brought in together all these interest groups to come and have conversations about what's happening in the country. Okay? So if it's a matter of we have very many bills, maybe very many of them are touching on education, and some of them are picking at cross purpose, how can we seek technical support to scrutinize these bills, to contribute to these bills? There are professional organizations, even within the Muslim community, who have come together as professional organizations who would be there and ready to offer support with guidance, with leadership. Which is why I come back into the leadership role of such an institution such as SUPKEM.
Yes, sometimes there are interests in this in the bills. I can tell you, for example, last week there is this bill now in Senate on the drugs and substance abuse, where the Mira is there's a struggle to remove the Mira from that category. And now, when it comes to us, it is a matter dear to the Muslim community. Because we feel we are suffering because of this. So when we try to push that, you may not get a quick reaction from other groups, because they feel that is not very important. Some can actually tell you, no, it's an economic engagement, so it doesn't harm. But to us, it is affecting us directly, because we are losing a lot of young men and women because of this drug. So to us, we can actually lay down everything else, and let us try to deal with this problem in the house. So what I'm saying, interests are also another issue, that what may be of much interest to the Muslim community may not be an issue to other groups. So that one you'll be left to carry on your own because there will not be a lot of people interested in that particular thing. But there are those things that requires everyone else sees, I think this is something we have to do, like education. In education, we are very keen, as Muslims, largely on the issue of the basic education. But now we have come together because all the religious sectors have interest in education. And as I talk to you, we are even having a bigger caucus on Thursday just to have a conversation about the entire list of bills and what do we do, how do we push the agenda that we want to have. Because there are a number of issues that are emerging and which we want to have a space. For example, the religious education system is not properly recognized. The certification of religious institutions like the madrasa and seminaries for the Christians and other places are not recognized. So what is recognized largely is issues like TVETs, diplomas, whatever, which we find ourselves, we don't have a space there. So we also want to introduce, to say, why can't the religious schools be recognized so that when I have a madrasa certificate, of Form 4 Thanawi, for example, I should also be treated like an educated person. And with this certificate, so who is going to satisfy these certificates? Those are conversations that are now emerging. And because it is something that pulls us together, everyone else is coming to the table because it is something of common interest to all of us.
But Alai, don't you think that is where perhaps these interreligious groups fail? You know why? If you only wait to support a matter that affects all of you, what then is the use of this organization? Should one not also look to support you, even if it doesn't affect me directly, but you and I are linked together because we are religious organizations? Should I also not support your cause? Because it is your cause, for no other reason, but that somebody with whom I am in an association has a problem, and I understand where they're coming from, and then I support the cause.
Yeah, we have even why are the kids being denied to wear the hijab? Who is denying them?
Exactly.
It's members of the other faith.
Yes.
Yeah. So there are issues that's why I'm saying we have issues that are common, which can bring some of us to the table. But when we retreat back, people tend to become the cocoon that we are in.
This issue of the wearing or not wearing of the hijab, it represents a certain level of ignorance that people have about other faiths.
It is, yes.
Now, I grew up in Mombasa. And the time I grew up, these differences that people I hear now speaking of, I never witnessed or experienced. Ramadan, everyone respected Ramadan. Meaning, it's like the faiths coexisted very, very peacefully and very, very harmoniously. Now, divisions came up over time. Yet both religions preach tolerance.
Exactly.
And they're very strong on it. So the question is not why, but who are the people who bring about these divisions? Because it isn't that the faith brings the division. The faiths preach tolerance. Who? Because it has to be individuals who have interests, who then bring about issues which didn't exist, but they now make them issues.
I think the world have suffered in terms of how various narratives have been developed over time. Some have actually initially caused by the geopolitics and other international issues that have brought us to where we are at the moment. Other groups just became extremists on their own, just deciding that, this person, it doesn't belong to heaven, it belongs to hell. So, and now that classification contributed to this uneasiness and also a mistrust among the faiths, because now somebody will say, this one is actually not part of us, so it belongs to hell. And unfortunately, all the traditions, the faith, what we normally call the Abrahamic traditions, because all the religions are originated from one source anyway, and they just differed over time through centuries and many other things emerged. But when you now become that person who believes that it's only you and your faith, your belief system is the one accepted by God, then you start getting the problem. Because you start living the world of your own, where you really don't want to see the other person, because you believe You are the righteous, the other person is the lost person. You don't even need to engage with him or with her. That's where the problem comes from.
There's something we encountered yesterday, and I want to bring you into it. There's a lady, a fellow journalist whose son is in Saudi. He's been in jail for the last 13 years because it is said he and his friend had an altercation, the friend died. The court sentenced him to a 5-year jail term for manslaughter. But because of Sharia law, the family sought an alternative that is prescribed in Sharia law, and they sought his death. Now, over time, 13 years, the alternative that we were told exists, where you can actually pay for that offense, came into being. Now, there's something I want to ask. According to the Quran, the first 10 days of, yes, you know where I'm going with this, don't you? You've started laughing because you know exactly where I'm going with this one.
Yes.
The first 10 days of the month of Ramadan are considered a period of mercy. If one were to appeal, no, is there a process, let me ask the question, where one can appeal for mercy for such a person during this period of time?
I am not sure whether I know the case, because I remember there was actually a case that was brought to my attention by the embassy in Riyadh when I went there and some times back, and the former ambassador Peter Gego was actually struggling to engage with the family, to negotiate with the family whether they can bring down the cost, what you call the compensation cost, or the blood money. For that matter. And for that purpose, it is actually the only person who holds the key to the freedom of the gentleman is the family. That is what in the Islamic Sharia, because it is their person. It is them now to say that we have forgiven if they wish to do so, or they are paid.
Yes.
The problem that is there now is the negotiation, because what happened when the government now want to negotiate, then it is government. Now the demands
go up.
That is where that's where I am not sure whether it is the case, but if that is the case, then that was the situation then. That when the government now presented itself to want to negotiate, then the stakes become high because it is government. I wish there was a better way in which the government would have actually engaged the private citizens to go and engage the family on the other side. Maybe could have been a little bit fair in terms of the compensation. But when the government goes now, the ambassador goes on behalf of the government of Kenya, then it becomes a governmental issue and the stake goes high. And for that matter, honestly, what you have referred to comes to the person, the practicing Muslim, to feel that I would want to forgive for this matter.
Can they be appealed to? Is there a process of appealing such a person using this first 10 days of Ramadan, and given that it's a period of mercy, for someone to actually appeal? Is there a process of appealing where you can actually, or is it just you look for a way of getting that person and you appeal to them?
Yeah, I think that there are ways, there are mechanisms in which they can actually reach out. And the best, what I've said again is that the people who hold key here is the family, the family of the person on the other side. So what the government should do, because again it's a government responsibility in this matter to help, is to find again citizens, just get some 2 scholars here in Nairobi here and send them to the family there, let them negotiate and explain the situation, and then they can, because I understand the person is very remorseful. And by the way, what I was told, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that is the person.
Yes,
but I was told the person himself, the person who was convicted, was actually in self-defense. But unfortunately, the person died, and I was told he's very remorseful. He has even become a Muslim. I don't know whether it is the same again. I don't know if it's the person. And so he is someone who, because I was actually supposed to visit that person one time, but unfortunately my flight, I was unable to cancel the flight because when the ambassador told me he was in Jeddah and he wants to visit the prison to see the person, then my flight was the same day, so I could not manage to go to engage the person. But I think there is a window if the government is willing to help. But they should actually find a way of how they can get a private engagement with the family. Then the government, of course, as a government, should step in and see how that can be resolved.
Thank you.
As we look at, just really quickly, looking at now and overall, what should we be able to say that must be done? That conversations that must be had, not once, but continuously, for us to understand that there is no separation, really. There might be a separation in word, but there is no separation because it's how we live, it's who we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand the challenges Kenyans are going through and the need for as many voices as possible to speak out on matters of governance. And but I think at one point we have to be realistic as a country. And actually, I wish there was a big, I wish Kenya was a big stadium like Kasarani. Then you can have a microphone to address each and every person in the same room to hear the voices of what is going on. But honestly, I think every Kenyan in every space, this is the moment where we need to have a conversation on the direction our country is taking. Yeah.
We thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Al-Hajj Hassan Olenado is the National Chairman of the Supreme Council of Kenyan Muslims. He's been our guest discussing the representation of religious associations in key legislative and policy proposals and governance issues in the country. Keep it here for more. It's 8 a.m. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Governors have written a protest letter to President William Ruto over what they term as a looming disruption of health services. In a letter through the Council of Governors, they say the situation is caused by the Ministry of Health's indecision. The county bosses said the ministry has failed to implement agreed measures to ensure smooth delivery of services. They cited the ministry's failure to give 3-year contracts to community health promoters and non-payment of contractors for the medical equipment service program. This event comes as KMPDU's strike has entered its 7th day. However, according to Health CS Susan Nakuru, she continues to urge patients to seek services in public hospitals. Speaking at Kenyatta National Hospital, Nakuru said services are being offered as usual despite some facilities like Mama Lucy only offering outpatient services.
I'm here on my routine check, and equally I needed to assess the services that are going on across the country. I want to confirm to Kenyans, do not shy away from accessing services, especially at our national referral hospitals, as we wait to resolve the standing issue with the doctors that are on strike. Actually, the hospital is handling 3 times of its capacity. Like in the maternity theater, normally the hospital runs 2 theaters, but today they are running 5. This is as a result of the inflow of patients and women who would otherwise have been seen at Mama Lucy Hospital, would have been seen at Pumwani.
She further assured Kenyans that the transition from NHIF to SHIF insurance fund will be smooth and services offered on the card won't be affected.
And we are working to ensure that the transition is as smooth as possible. And for the record, patients will not even notice the change because it's going to be seamless. We have a transitional committee that is in place. It has already developed the roadmap on how we are going to transit.
This is despite KMPDU Secretary General Davjir Teller saying that the meetings with the Ministry of Health and Labour have failed to bear fruit and their strike is still on.
But then we realize that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Public Service, the COG, the Council of Governors and the counties and SRC have all sent lawyers in the meeting. Somebody may think we're actually in the court because they're all lawyers that are presented, and therefore none of them is a decision maker on any issue. So we are saying that government is happy when the strike is ongoing because we've joined them on strike. And we are saying our strike is continuously on. We want them to send to us people in a meeting who can make the decision.
And just a day after our President, William Ruto, was able to sign into law the housing levy bill, Nakuru-based Sergeant Dr. Magare Gikenyi has filed a case seeking to stop implementation of the Affordable Housing Act 2023. Gikenyi claims through the act the national government has taken over the housing function, which is the sole responsibility of the county government, and that the act has introduced a shadowy entity, the collector, which collects funds instead of carry. Families whose loved ones perished in the Shakahola massacre will have to wait for at least 1 week to collect the bodies. It emerged that only 30 out of the 429 bodies that were identified through DNA will be released to families. The head of homicide at the DCI, Martin Nyuguto, and Chief Government Pathologist Dr. Johansson Odor held their final planning meeting yesterday in Malindi to fine-tune logistics of releasing the bodies. They also agreed to commence the last phase of exhumation. An officer privy to the investigation said families of the deceased whose DNA matched will be notified when to collect the bodies of their loved ones from the Malindi sub-county morgue. And finally, President William Ruto is today expected to officially open the International Investment Conference in Kakamega County. The conference has brought together more than 3,000 people to discuss and evaluate the investment opportunities available in the county. Governor Fernandez Baraza says that there are several investment opportunities in the hotel, housing, health, agriculture, and even tourism sector. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, getting into the morning, what's it looking like now as we're crossing over into traffic hour proper? It's still busy coming off of Thika Superhighway, but actually not too crazy today. We're looking at it just past Survey, everything that's coming from Githurai, Kasarani, then through towards the Garden City Mall area. That's fine for now. It's even not too bad on Kiambu Road. We're looking at a couple of lanes as you're coming through towards Muthaiga Square, but all manageable for now. What we see coming in then towards Muranga Road and then out towards Ngara and then on the Globe Cinema overpass and then back through towards Ngara. There's some traffic there. It's the morning. We'll have to deal with that. Limuru Road is also busy. This whole area coming in from Red Hill, Kitisuru, Thigiri Ridge, Peponi Road, that's looking pretty good. Lower Kabete also is fine. As you come in then from the drift on James Gishoro crossing over towards Waiaki, where you will be all right as well. You'll be in traffic for a little bit, but then you'll get out of it without a scratch, I promise. Okay, also coming off of Uhuru Highway, a little bit of traffic there, and there is some traffic on Raila Odinga Way, but again, we'll be able to deal with this. Just let us know if things do get a little bit stickier, and then we can spread the word, okay? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Third hour of The Situation Room. Still reminding you that if you can make it today, it's open day at Serenity Springs in Lanette. This is because Username Investments Limited are saying we'd like to open the gates, come and see for yourself what we're talking about. What have they done? They've acquired this large piece of land in Lanette, the lushy suburbs of Lanette, Nakuru City, on the road to Olkalau, touching tarmac. They have done everything. They've serviced the plots. They have subdivided. They've acquired individual title deeds for each of the plots. They have then done the demarcations. They've done the Maram Road. They have done a fence. They've done a perimeter wall. They've done a gate. They have sunk a borehole, connected water. They have pulled power. So there's power on site. All they're looking for is you and I to go in there and invest and start a community. And we're going to call that community Serenity Springs in Lanet, Nakuru County. Today, open day. If you're at West Side Mall in Nakuru, 8:30 a.m., a bus will be departing there, heading towards Serenity Mall. On Saturday as well, another open day. But any day you'd like to go, please go. Just call them. 0725 000 222. 0725 000 222. City, how much is an eighth of an acre?
An eighth of an acre is 1,499 Kenyan shillings.
1,000.
Yes, there's the 1,000, but the million, then the rest are 1,000.
Okay.
Yes.
1.499 million Kenyan shillings.
Yes.
Payment plan?
Well, you can pay a deposit of 10%, which comes around, say, 150,000, or you can talk to them to create a payment plan that covers 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, up to 12 months. All these things are possibilities.
Mambo ni kuongea.
Mambo ni kuongea.
All you need to do is kuongea now, 0725 000 222, or you can SMS the word plot. Plot to 20321. Plot to 20321. That is the word plot, 20321. Okay? Username Investment Limited. Sawa. Now we're going to have a conversation about running. Not just running so that you can enjoy running, but also running so you enjoy running, plus at the same time you run for a greener future of the country. We had a conversation last year about this. We're going to have another conversation again this morning about it, because the second edition of the Lukenya University 10 Million Trees Marathon is going to be taking place next week on the 24th. This weekend.
This weekend. 24th is this weekend, yes.
The 24th of March, 2024. We are joined by the chairman of the local organizing committee of this marathon, George Wasonga. He's in the studio. George, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you.
And Mudheo Kasanga, who's the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Infrastructure at the university, is also in the studio. Happy New Year, Mudheo.
Happy New Year. Happy Valentine's, all that.
All of them combined.
Valentine's.
All of them. And the Malu Kenya.
And the Malu Kenya.
Hey, and the yellow in the studio. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
City.
Yes.
Why don't you welcome them with the day's proverb?
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the Republic of Burundi. This one I have to ask. What would you say is the capital of Burundi?
Bujumbura.
Bujumbura? You're actually not wrong. That is the commercial capital. The administrative capital is called Gitega. Many African...
That's new.
Well, many African countries have that duality.
Yes. Tanzania.
Tanzania, it's on the corner here. Kenya.
Yes. Kenya tunagani? Which one do you have?
We just have a city that we should
I just
declare
wanted to
is the center of the country.
I wanted to see if you're paying attention. You are paying attention, yes. Now the proverb.
Yes.
Too many words blacken your ears.
Too many words blacken your ears. Mudheo, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
I'm feeling affronted as a woman who speaks a lot right now. I'm feeling very affronted. I'm trying to navigate this carefully. Because women, we express ourselves through words. Then you have a proverb like this, which most probably came from a beer drinking group sitting somewhere. Full affront.
Okay. We've had the preamble now. Your interpretation.
Now interpret.
I've not killed the conversation there.
You think you're getting away with it?
So it's your opinion, really.
It is. I think it just means sometimes when people talk too much, they are trying to obfuscate something. They are trying to hide something. So you need to pass the letters, reduce it, kabisa, to get the actual point.
George?
Say it again. Could you say it again? Too many words?
That is an excellent way of prosecuting a matter. Repeat it again so that I can understand it properly, okay? I'm going to say it slowly.
Yes.
Too many words blacken your ears.
Too many words blacken your ears, George.
Yeah, I think it's about having to listen to everything brings about confusion and makes you not to be in a position to make a decision. Yeah, you listen to so much that at that moment you cannot make any decision.
Yeah, you just become confused.
Yeah, you just become confused.
You had too many things from different quarters,
Yes.
too many cooks.
They spoil the soup.
Okay.
How are those two interpretations sitting?
They're very good, actually. You see, the beauty of asking for your opinion, you can't be wrong. It's not possible because that is how you've interpreted it. That's how you resonate with the proverb. Yes, thank you.
Very good. Okay, Mudewa, let's talk about the marathon. But first, for many people who do not know Lukenya University, where is it?
Lukenya University is in Makueni County, so it's just there. It's not far.
Nova.
Yeah, it's
Hapa.
Is that what it means?
What?
You did not know. Oh, you've heard it and you've never sort of heard it in context.
Never like this.
It's just the same thing, you know. When SGR opened, the way Syokimau was just a stone throw from the beach.
Then you say Nova.
Nova, it's just
Not far.
not far.
Hapa.
Good golly. All right.
sounds like not far.
Yeah, it really
Nova.
does.
Yeah,
Not
it does
far.
mean that.
Wow.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, the relativity of, people who used to trade and walk long distances.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow. Yeah.
So it's in Makueni County?
Makueni County along Mombasa Road. Makueni County seems to have two roads only. So there's the one that goes to Wote, comes out to Makindu, and then there's the main Mombasa Road. So we are Titu and Day, and then you go in about 23 kilometers in there.
Okay.
Beautiful setting, right by the riverside. It's the one place in Ukambani that has water all year round, the Athi River, because it's 900 meters above sea level. So the river is meandering now. It's not as fast, so it doesn't empty out. So absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It's the one thing we want to show all our runners this cycle. We want to show them the riverfront. Want them to enjoy, watching a sunset. Small things. The joys of being in Kenya. While you're there, Tembea Kenya. Look at it. Get to see it. Get to see a part of the country that you just never. How many universities open their doors to people? We are doing that for 3 days. Just sign in, sign up, come.
Come and enjoy.
And we'll make it, a fun experience, a tourist experience. And you get to do the thing you love for those who like running or cycling.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the second edition of the marathon. And this time you're saying it's a 10 million trees marathon.
Yes.
What was the thinking behind the marathon, even from the first edition?
The first edition was, just thinking, we're in Makueni, and the one other lady who was sat with the founder said, "I can't believe this is Makueni." We were opening our library after which was built during COVID, and they sat and said, "I cannot believe this is Makueni. How is it so green?" And they said, "We need to just amplify and talk about this thing." And at the time, the new president had started. He's not the new president. Our president had started talking about the climate change agenda in a big way. And it was, like we are doing it there in the university. What else can we do? A university is a very distinct type of institution. It's a kind of institution that can create very big impact. If you look at some of our public institutions, let me pick Laikipia University. When it was started, there was nothing in that part of the world. Absolutely nothing. Today, look at the area around Laikipia University. There's a way universities can change places. Baraton, Moi University, you name it.
They urbanize places.
Not even up, they draw people to them. They draw people to them. So what if you drew people to you, but with, something, have an agenda?
Something distinct.
Yes, something distinct. Yes, people will come to trade because, again, universities do pull in a lot of young adults. So there's always trade, and that trade grows into, accommodation, whatnot. Then it becomes a whole economy on its own. But what if you get known for having a distinct way of reaching out to community? So we thought, okay, let's plant trees with the community. So we picked out the constituency where we were sat in and said, we think we can plant 250,000 trees in a year. But how do we get that message across? Then at that time, Rebecca was the CEO of Family Bank. She's now a recreational runner, and she runs everywhere. She's run in all the big marathons in the world, just running, not competing, just running. Said, why don't you have a marathon? Because it speaks to Kenyanness. We are known for Kenyanness. I mean, look at what we did in Rome last week. Top 9 were all Kenyans. We'll never be invited to Rome again. We simply will not be invited. But, we are known for running. But are we a running nation? Is this something Lukenya University, two things, can be good at? Telling Kenyans, what, there is running. You can run competitively. Come to Lukenya University. Let's help you get spotted. Let's have a registered marathon. Let's help these young runners get spotted. Then if you're a recreational runner, come, move out of the comfort zone of running in urban areas. Once in a while, reach out, go out, come to Lukenya University. We'll open up our campus for you. And that's how it started. So the first edition was 250,000 trees. We thought 5 million trees in 5 years at 250,000 a year is very doable for Makueni. So we put together groups of women and young men to start the seedlings, so that we are growing area relevant trees. And by December, we had exceeded our expectations. We had gone past the 250, and the uptick was, frankly, it ended up being less work than we thought it would be. Talking to communities, the chiefs, and this is a beauty when you have a national drive of something. Everybody's already aware. You're not the one going to break the news. Look, women, we can plant 2 trees just using your kitchen water. You can plant 5 trees just using your bathroom water if you have a family of 6, 7. Don't just pour that water to water the ground. Pour it somewhere, And then the chiefs are already pulling people together. So we are plugging in. The schools are ready to be talked to. So by December, we had already hit 300,000. So by the time we sat with one of our partners, Mama Doing Good, they were like, you guys, you don't know what you're doing. You can do 1 million. And let's stop talking about 5 years. Let's do it for 10. And we see we have, because already with our small, method, we can see now we have a scalable method of, like extending our reach and things like that. If you see, one of the things that on the tree planting day that everyone will see is the CBO leaders, the community-based organizations that have come together to do seedlings, and how they are so passionate, because now they know what to do. They know that you don't give out seedlings when they are about this big for company. They need to be bigger. We know the trees. They know the trees. They've been educated. We've worked with KFS and the government agencies that assist with knowledge and reach. And we are very confident that this is we're going to do it.
So 300,000 trees already planted.
In fact, more like around 400 now.
Where? Within the university?
No. This is in Kibwezi East specifically. Yes.
Okay.
Worked with chiefs, wards,
Yeah, so this is interesting because, so we're talking about a marathon and then bringing this information.
Yes.
Right? But then deeper than that, and I think it already partially answered the question that I'm going to ask, is that then how do you get people to latch on to the reason behind this? Because, it could be very surface level, very top layer, plant trees, okay, that's great. Traditional societies understand the importance of having trees. They understand the importance of vegetation for, water resource and all of this. They understand that. But then now we've come into a place whereby somewhere in the middle, that importance kind of disappeared. And then we're coming back to reintroduce and to retrench some of those issues again. So how have you been able to get people to latch on to the importance, but also the reasoning behind? So it's not just planting a tree, but it's looking at then future resources, future sustainability. So not just planting the 300,000 or 400,000, but for longevity, for sustainability, and for folks to understand that this is actually what we're doing.
Something beautiful has happened in Makueni County, something absolutely beautiful in the last 10 years. And we had a big drought. But did you notice that of the places that were being targeted for food, Makueni was not one of them? And we call that the fruit tree revolution, where people have understood that farming is not about maize, which is the crop most likely to fail in this country. That there are parts of this country where maize never fails. But there are other parts where we've been sort of told plant maize, it will secure your food. Yet at the end of the day, what people need is money to buy food from wherever it comes from in this country. And because our transport networks have improved drastically over the last 15 years or so, we're seeing movement of food is not a problem, and it is not arriving in places at ridiculous prices. All we need to do is put money into people's pockets. So when we are going out, we are telling people, look, fruit trees, mix them up. Have your shade trees, have your nitrogen fixing trees, your grevilleas, your what. Have your indigenous trees, but also have a few fruit trees, especially if you don't have larger pieces of land, which is a lot of younger people. And that kind of education is what is driving sustainability. And the fact that in Ukambani we just simply don't have enough rainfall is telling them how to use the little water that is in households. Using your bath water, using your kitchen water. Just don't muga it, but make sure it goes somewhere. That's the key to having ornamental trees, because there's that. There's also just trees that will be sustainable in an area. When I hope you guys come, but when you do come there, you'll see it's baobab territory, so it is semi-arid, but yet there's economic activity going on. There's economic activity going on. I know somebody who's experimenting with dates in that area, and these are some of the things that change people's lives, transform people's lives completely. So that's what we are doing for sustainability. Trying to put a benefit that is a little bit short term, not the long term. You will be having a shade, in 20 years when our trees mature. No, we are telling the mango trees actually take a lot shorter than that. Just throw in some pineapple seeds in your homestead. You will have something to sell in the market, and these are things that can be rain fed and come up during and mature during a rain season. There's all that education going on. There's all that discussion going on to make sure that the community actually uptakes this. Yes.
The Kenya Forestry Research Institute, they have a branch in Makueni, in Kibwezi. How are you working with them?
We've been working with them even longer than we had this whole happening. Why? Because our flagship degree program at Lukenya University is dryland agriculture. So with them, we've been walking a longer journey. And that longer journey is, number one, we have a problem in this country. Our agricultural faculties don't have students countrywide.
Agriculture is not...
Yet it is the biggest income earner in our country.
It's just the wrong conception that agriculture is not good for the youth. But I think that's a wrong idea that they have.
It's a mindset.
Yes,
it's a mindset.
They need to change. Now there's a lot of money in agriculture. And many youths are now making money, lots of money. Those who have gone agribusiness way are now making so much money through agriculture. And that's what the youth now should do. There are no more jobs flying around and by people standing in applications after university, right?
Yep.
Let's say I've taken bachelor's of education at the university, isn't it?
Yep.
I can still use the same knowledge, apply the same knowledge in my agriculture, and I'll succeed. Let's say I've done marketing, I've done business administration and that stuff. I'll still use the same to do agriculture and make a living out of it and surpass expectations. So I would like to tell the youth today, if your father has a 9-acre or a 2-acre piece of land and there's some stream passing by, or you can do a borehole, stop going to the city. You're exposing yourself to so much problems in the city that might end you might find yourself getting into other uncalled for stuff. But if you remained in the village, used your knowledge that you got from school, because now I would like also tell them that university is not about going to university is not about just passing those exams and carrying a title. I have this, but how can you put this into action? Go to the village, Lima there, use that marketing knowledge that you got from school, apply it there. Then Kenya will be a nice place to be. There'll be no congestion in Nairobi. Yeah, you'll not be walking along Tomboya Street and knocking each people's shoulders as you move.
Carrying brown envelopes.
Yes. They should never carry any more brown envelopes. Let's go there. And that's what's happening now in Makueni. I was surprised to see women in riding bicycles, carrying seedlings, and planting these seedlings in their homes. And now they are going the way of you do trees for fruits, and you can also do trees for timber. So they are able to provide good, nutritious fruits to their families. So that thing of Nja Ukambani, and as my colleague said, Makueni was never part of that Nja thing. So wacha vijana waende mashambani.
Some great passion you have there, George. You'll tell us what else you do around this whole issue. We are talking about the second edition of the 10 Million Trees Lukenya Marathon. It's taking place this weekend, the 24th of March, at Lukenya University. Lukenya is in Makueni County. When you get to Mutitwandei, you turn branch left.
Yes.
For 20, how many kilometers?
3.
23 kilometers. You will get to Lukenya University. Now they'll tell us when we are running, what time we are starting to run, what hours of the morning, and then at what point shall we plant the trees, and then at what point shall we eat the matunda, and when we shall come back home. First, let's take a break. We'll be back shortly. Our guest today, Mudeo Kasanga, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Infrastructure at Lukenya University, and George Osonga, who is the Chair of the Organizing Committee of this year's Lukenya Marathon. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Username brings you Serenity Springs Lanet residential plot along the Nakuru Okoh Tarmac Road, 20 minutes from Nakuru City, with proximity to high-end schools, hospitals, and other key amenities. Introductory prices of 1,499,000 shillings, all inclusive with no hidden charges. An installment option is also available. Free site visits on Wednesdays and Saturdays. For more details, SMS plot to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 18 degrees. We'll see highs of 26 and highs of 31 in a sunny Nakuru at 18. It's 19 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 28, while into
The weather with SpiceFM.
Eldoret at 18 degrees. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 14. It's sunny at 29 in Mombasa with highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 33 in a sunny Kisumu at 24. Malindi is sunny at 30, highs of 34, and looking into Kakamega at 22, sunny going to highs of 34 and lows of 17. Kampala is sunny at 23, we'll see highs of 30, while in Dar es Salaam at 27, it's cloudy going to highs of 32. All right, into Johannesburg, sunny at 18 with highs of 29, while Mogadishu is sunny at 30. We'll see highs of 33. And into A sunny Addis Ababa going to highs of 26. We'll see lows of 12. Lagos is partly cloudy at 28 with highs of 34. And 34 will be the high in a sunny Kinshasa at 24.
Spice up your life.
Today actually has not been too bad. We're seeing traffic here and there, and we're going to look at what's coming off of Wayaki Way. Some traffic then coming in from State House, then through towards Arboretum, and then out towards Chiromo. That's going to be in and outbound for a while. On the Thika Superhighway, was looking at past your service lanes, then through towards the Pangani Underpass, and on Kiambu Road for the first time in a while, just one lane of traffic heading out towards Muthaiga Square. Well done, folks. Not more than 2 lanes in one direction for traffic. Okay, what else are we looking at? The Southern Bypass, for the first time in a very long time, has a spot of traffic as you head out towards the junction near Uhuru Gardens. Shouldn't be too crazy. Probably a trailer taking its time on the scenic route. Okay. Also, we're looking at Manyanja Road with some traffic joining through towards Jogo Road. Apart from that, I think we'll survive, right? We're keeping an eye on things. Let's see what happens as we come towards the end of traffic hour. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Spice up your life.
Our conversation then continues with Mudeo Kasanga and George Osonga about the second edition of the 10 Million Trees Lukenya University Marathon taking place this weekend, the 24th of March. So, George, now let's talk technical. Okay. When is the marathon? What are the races? When do they begin? When do they end? What do we win?
Thank you. We start on Saturday. We'll have cycling. And the winner in cycling will earn 10,000 shillings because we are targeting locals.
How many kilometers?
They'll do 42 kilometers.
Okay.
We are targeting the locals with their black mambas. And they are really excited. They have never had such a thing. And they have seen an opportunity now to come and display their talent and also win something. After that, we'll do the tree planting. Then on Sunday, the big day, we will start from we wake up call before 4 in the morning for assembly. Then there will be called the call room at 5:30. Then at exactly 6:15, for 2 kilometers, race will kick off for both men and women, which will be followed at an interval of 15 minutes by 21 kilometers, also for both men and women. And then we will have a few minutes later, we'll do 10 kilometers. This 10 kilometers is largely for locals because, as my colleague said, we are also trying to tap talent down there, discover talent, tap that talent. So we are leaving that one so much open for the young people down there, so that they come and also run. Because if you put people from the north, from the rift,
those ones, the 10 kilometers.
Yeah, they'll
so
take everything.
It's for us locals.
Yeah, for you locals, you can do the 10K, and then there'll be 5 kilometers. People say it's for the lazy people, but I don't think so, because energy is used. Takes a lot of effort and courage. So that one will have the fun runners who we are welcoming down there. We have lots of things for them. We have lots of entertainment. There'll be a lot of Tembea Kenya thing there, whereby we'll have, Miss Mode, we're having some dinner at the beach.
Yeah.
Later on in the evening.
Beach?
Yeah. Oh.
Like I said,
You see?
Nova in Mombasa.
No, seriously. We have a river.
The
Athi River.
And
we have more than 100 meters of sand and beach.
So beautiful.
In the invest.
And while there, you'd get a chance to see the elephants come to drink. No, they are not at that much close.
No, that sounds exciting.
But we also have good security. You'll be able to see the buffaloes, the What else do you have there? Elephants are there.
Elephants. So there's wild animals.
Yes, it's beautiful.
As you chill.
As you chill.
And also, you'll have to see a number of birds. Many types of birds there. For those who love bird watching.
When is the dinner? The dinner is on Saturday or Sunday?
Oh, we're having dinner on Saturday. Jioni.
After trip planting.
Watu watabanjuka pale. So there's fun for everybody. And for the first time, we're having KDF coming on. They're also coming to compete. And also, they are coming to help us plant the trees. Because we need to do as many trees as possible.
This is nice.
Yes. Now, for 42 kilometers, men, number one will walk away with a whopping 500,000 Kenya shillings.
Where?
Both male and female. Hakuna ubaguzi. So number one male 500, number one female 500, and then 21 kilometers we'll give. Is it 250 or 150?
I can't remember.
250.
Let me check.
We'll give them. 10K. They are not left out. We're also giving some money for
the winners.
For the winners, yes.
Okay.
5K. We not have any money
There's
for
a
them.
medal.
We have medals.
We have medals.
Of course.
Beautiful medals. We'll have a section for souvenir photography. You can take your photos there with your medals and look good. We'll also have our online thing going on, whereby we'll be streaming, and you people will be able to see you all the way, or rather all over the world. They'll be able to see you. Now, Wazes.
Wazes are which one? The 5K?
Yeah. But no, 5K, we might have vijana.
Okay.
But sasa wazee wale wa 50 above, we also give them a chance. We want them to age slowly.
Yes.
Come and keep fit. They'll also have a chance to do their thing. And above all,
what is the thing? Are they walking, running?
You know, this
or just dancing?
Whatever.
They can run, they
just
can
show
walk,
up.
They can do a walkathon, they can run, they can just show up and cheer people. We're also giving nice t-shirts. I think you can see our t-shirts.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
The Kamba color.
They're beautiful.
Because we are in Kambaland. So we are doing yellow. We are doing yellow. And it's beautiful.
It's actually a very, very nice t-shirt.
And we're having our defending champion, last year's winners, who are coming to defend their titles. Chengo from Machakos is coming to defend his title. And then we have Helen from Pokot. All the way from Pokot.
She won last year.
And she was very happy. And the best thing with Lukenya, we don't delay in payments. We execute mara hiyo hiyo.
You win, you go home with your money.
Yes, you go home with your check.
After the drug test.
After the
the anti-doping test. We want to remain as a credible marathon.
Yes.
We want to.
So actually it takes a month.
Every participant will get a medal.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kila mtu will get a medal and a chance to take a photo at the dais and also at the school, at the university gate, so that to show that you are there at Lukenya University.
So where are these trees being planted? Where exactly are we planting the trees this time?
For the ceremonial tree planting, we've got an adopter forest at Lukenya University. Lukenya University sits on 1,700 acres, and we're very keen to have everybody come and have a permanent label there. So last year's trees are all permanently labeled, and everybody who wants to come and just check on their tree can come and check. So Saturday is the ceremonial tree planting day, and then we roll out a schedule of tree planting in the entire Makueni County. And we've got partnerships. Like, for instance, we're about to partner with KWS on Gong Forest. There are places that need reforestation. So if you're in Nairobi and you still want to plant trees under the Lukenya University 10 million trees banner, we are still trying very hard to make sure that those trees get planted at places that need them. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because you see, like groups like KWS, like even Kenya Forestry, you know, they have these areas where where things have happened, and they want to bring the ecosystems back up to speed. So, you know, like for instance, we are trying to do a partnership with the Kenya Association of International Schools. You can't always transport people to Makueni. So we see whether we can, you know, say, okay, you guys, we've got 170 acres in Gong Forest that need reforesting. Can you guys plug in here?
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's there's planting trees,
and there's growing,
and then there's growing trees. What again? Going back to that, I guess is the word for the day: sustainability.
Yes.
How are we sure, or how are we making sure that the trees that were planted last year, the trees that we planted this year, grow to maturity over the 10 years, whatever? How do we make sure that the fruit trees that are planted will bear fruits, and they will be available, whether it's in market or for consumption,
whatever. Yes, I think this is the biggest discussion in our country right now. For us, when we started our project, that's why we kept it at a small radius, because then we had teams that went around at least twice to cross-check and to replace dried seedlings. After all, last year we did have a rain issue. We did have a problem with rain, so we kept going back, replacing seedlings, and that's why we can count our successes. So we are not saying we are going to plant countrywide. We can't do that. I can't promise that we can then do the sustainability. And for us in Lukenya, we are very keen not to just be dumping seedlings and walking away. We want to be able to bring in a team from wherever, one of our partners, and say, this is what we did in 3 months. Can we go and check the progress of this? We are very particular about where we are getting our seedlings. Very particular. We are not just accepting anybody who is dumping seedlings to us. We've seen how that didn't work for us early on. And we said, no. Now we are going to do CBOs. We get these verified groups of people who we know are doing the right thing. And it's part of also empowering our community. It's part of the sustainability of this thing. If you don't comply, then we drop you off our list of suppliers.
Indeed.
So it's critical. And being an institution of learning, that we are also spreading the learning, which trees are suitable for these areas. How do you propagate them?
Yeah.
How do you get hold of the seeds? How do you seed collect? How do you make seed bombs for some of the larger spreads that are a little bit arid, where then birds can eat the seeds, and then you can say in 10 years these seeds will germinate or whatever, that kind of thing. So that sustainability issue is quite a big one, and I think there are a good number of groups that are now beginning to look at sustainability. Yeah. For instance, I'm in education. My biggest concern is that institutions consume our forests. When you look at the average school, say boarding school, with 1,500, which is literally every government school, and then you are told a statistic that they consume about 50 acres of forest every year, then you can know here now there's more than just planting these forests for consumption. Because with our growing population, then trees are being harvested younger and younger and younger, and not really serving the purpose of climate conversation. We need to have bigger discussions here, and I know there are small groups doing various big things. For instance, I know my Rotary Club is doing a big thing on gas for institutions to sustain, because schools are also areas where we can grow a lot of trees.
Sure.
And it has a dispersal effect as well. You do something in a school, chances are that young person will take the same lesson back home. Yeah.
It's beautiful. And we are not going to make friends with campers only during the mango season. Now we are trying to now they are doing other fruits so that we can make friends with them throughout the year. Yeah, because before we would make friends with these people from Cumberland
because of mangoes.
Yes,
now
because when they are coming up, they would carry a sack for you, and they are juicy. I mean, they produce the best mangoes, and now they are going now to do other good fruits. Madam Mute, what other fruit does very well in?
Right now, the entire watermelon ecosystem is coming predominantly from the drier areas. So you're getting moranga,
very sugary, sweet watermelon. Like, when at the
again,
university,
that's not a tree.
It's not a tree,
but it's a plant.
It is one
it's
of
a
those
fruit.
things that has to
I've seen pixie oranges as well.
Pixie oranges are huge in
it's a big thing.
the sandia sands, the places with the sandia, which used to have nothing, by the way. These are some of the places that used to have nothing. Now suddenly they are.
This flagship course that you have in the university, what is it exactly?
Compared to the usual agricultural course, our agricultural courses have been crafted around areas with certain types of rainfall. Therefore, no limits to what you can do. Dryland agriculture even goes into pastoralism. It goes into things like, the nomenclature. Cottage industries that require a lot less rain, and that whatever it is that is rain-fed can do well. Scalability within very short, bursts of rain. It talks about conservation of lands and ways of maintaining and capturing water better. And believe you me, places like America have been doing this for a while. Believe you me, Australia is the flagship for dryland agriculture. Why we Africans had not jumped in there in a loud way, I don't even know. Even I feel sometimes we are not shouting out loud enough for it, given that Kenya is 2/3 semi-arid.
No, because we were made to believe that the only water we can receive for planting anything must come from up there, the rain. But now if we go the other way...
Yeah, but you see, the point is that it empowers people in knowledges that are not quite here. Like look at sericulture, silk farming. Silk farming is predominantly in India dryland agriculture space. It's not a wetlands. And India does have very distinct and hard dry areas. And all you need to do is, for instance, for wild silk is to plant castor. Castor doesn't need any amount of water. Castor oil plant. And then you have the byproduct of castor oil. So these are some of the things we want to roll out, and we are building up curricula for. We have regulators who, must go through everything and get there. And then do these things as large rollout cottage industry. Because I think that's our other problem as a country. We want big jobs, but we can't create cottage industry jobs that are very, very prosperous.
Does the university have farmland where one can actually see demonstrations of this dryland agriculture?
Yeah, we've started demonstrating. We've got quite a successful cassava project. Again, cassava that picks from West Africa, where the leaves are edible, unlike our cassava, where the leaves are, if you want to kill your husband, give.
That's the way.
Yeah, us guys in Ukambani.
Don't say that.
Part of Kamwete is throwing.
Spreading ideas.
I'm spreading ideas here. Stop.
Because she didn't say it.
I did say it. I did say it. No, but we, having varieties that grow in drylands that every part of it is food.
It's all edible.
It's all edible.
Calro.
And then again, also providing for industry. Kenya imports starch for glues. Most starch comes from cassava. We are not producing enough cassava for the industry. We need, there's something that is beautiful happening in the country. It's not getting enough airtime in the TVET and the industry linkage space. There's something that we are calling, we need to build up capacities for industries to reduce imports. Yeah, and we walk a step at a step. Like now we need to figure out where we're going to do large scale cassava. Cassava contains the highest amount of starch of any substance, so it's used in making glues. These ones that stick unga packets, that glue.
That's
that
cassava.
glue. Yeah, that's mint cassava. So there are opportunities that we think, given a decent supply, industry can pick up.
Yeah.
Or start at a cottage industry level, then scale up. Yes.
City was saying something about Calro.
Yes.
Well, yes. I was going to ask. Simba. Is it in Makueni County?
Simba.
Simba the lion.
Simba.
Simba
What
the
do I-
company,
animal.
Simba the animal.
No. Please, there's a place called Simba near to Mombasa.
Yeah, it's in Kajiado County.
That's Kajiado.
Yes.
It is not in...
But it's on Mombasa Road.
It is on Mombasa Road.
So it's on this side of... It's on that... You follow... The boundary follows the old railway line. So when you're driving down, if you just see where the old... You'll be able to navigate and know which county you're in.
Why I asked the question is because there is a Calro station there.
Yes, there is.
Now, Calro have been experimenting with the very thing that your university is flagshipping for the longest time.
Yes.
My question then is, do you have any association with the Calro?
We do work with Calro, but here's the thing. The private sector is beautiful at shouting out loud. So whatever we are getting, we are not inventing. We are not inventing. We are showing communities and we are helping spread. Because Kalro is, how do I put it? There's a lot of good things happening in our government.
Plenty.
Yeah, but it is not government's place to monetize things. Do you get? Private sector is best placed to help monetize things.
To commercialize.
Commercialize
this
things.
thing that you've just said, Mudeo, does the government know this?
It's interesting because, okay,
you want to go there?
Can I ask a question?
It's just as a by the way, because
again,
yes.
you know, like even us universities have been accused of many things, but I think right now one of the things that private universities are best placed for is a better linkage with industry, because we understand each other.
And look,
there is what I gain. That what I gain as a private institution, learning institution, and what private sector, we are easier to write. You know, like if an industry wants to buy a patent of us, for us it is easy. We'll figure out the monetary and give the person in the institution who's come up with their idea and tell the industry, now you pay this person. You have to pay him before he writes an academic paper, because once he writes an academic paper, it becomes public knowledge, and you lose control over that. For us, and this happens the world over. That is why Harvard is what it is, because it's a private institution. It is able to work better with industry. So I think we are on the cusp of something in Kenya, on the cusp of something good happening. Yeah.
And I think that's the thing.
And because now government is kind of a little bit beginning to open up some spaces, you know, that can then be monetized. The problem is once it's been written in academic paper, it is useless to anybody.
But that's the thing. And I think that when we are talking about, okay, so because we understand the dinosaur that is government.
Yes.
And we also know that in there lies this rich treasure.
Yes.
Because the folks have come up with that. With some of these processes.
Correct. I've met patent holders and things like this, and there's good stuff. But then
it's crazy. But then the link, and so one of the things that we accuse government of over and over again, the link in the communication between I have this thing, and this is what we've done, and we need to bring it out so that it can then be commercialized. That link is missing, but I think that is what would form the marriage for a lot of PPPs that we don't see between private and public. And here we are looking at, I mean, some of the things that you've spoken of, and I can imagine that there are folks within government offices who are thinking, oh my God, this is exactly what we need to bring this thing to life.
Correct.
So then the question is, the things that you've mentioned, things that are happening, we may think it's not just a marathon. This is years and years of possible sustainability,
Correct.
of the reviving of resources,
Correct.
of making communities in Kenya sustainable.
And bringing
from
in
something
new
like
ways
this.
of funding things as well.
So,
yeah.
Isn't it a step that can be taken and say, okay, the thing that we've been looking for, and we can understand the limitations of government, of public, can we not then now be more proactive and say, let us deliberately make the link?
Again, we hope we are modeling something, modeling something that can be seen by other institutions as replicable. You know, and everybody now looks into their space and begins to look at it and say, how can I align this? How can I align this? So that then we're not doing this thing where, like I started by saying, agriculture is not loved by young people. There's a reason why it is not liked. Because we are not making it clear what it is you can do when you're done with it.
Sure.
That's it. You know, that's it. We're not making it clear. Therefore, the sector is lacking key knowledge now because of years of young people not finding it useful.
Quickly, what can you do with it? I mean, because we can keep it up. What can you do? We know, but what can you do with agriculture?
Okay, number one.
As a young person
today, applied knowledge is a thing that we have not structured it properly. You see, when I do IT, most young people know what to do because it's very applied. Yeah, it's very applied. Yeah, you're seeing a lot of young people doing fantastic things without employment. Do you get?
Yep.
Now with agriculture, we are not able to translate it as it has been in, the way we look at it and the way we said we are going to jump into this and dare to crack this one. And even while we have trouble attracting young people because of the general reputation of the thing countrywide, when I look at the curriculum myself, I can see why, like, for instance, we are having a problem. Because it's too general. It's not specific to people's own lives. You know, when we're talking about dairy cows, and I'm coming from Mandera, please, can we have another discussion?
Yeah.
Please. Yeah. Why aren't I being told better ways of harvesting blood when I'm in Kajiado County? Because this is how I live. Why is it that there's still no equipment for blood harvesting of cows in this day and age, given that this is how a significant population in Kajiado County, in Samburu County, in where live with their animals, and this is how they extract food. You know, we are not even gone into our own. We've just adopted international curricula.
So we have just an overall curriculum that's addressing everything, but maybe not specific.
And has never even come down to look at how it applies to me.
And even showing the value chains.
Exactly.
That it's not, agriculture is not just growing the food.
Yes.
There's a lot that you can do.
Yeah,
in
and figure out how to do these things inexpensively.
Okay.
I'll give you an example, a very quick example. You've seen in a lot of touristy places, people, guys who make, kikois by wooden looms. Now that same loom is in India, metal, and very small, and is nearly in, you walk a village, you'll find 60 of them. Why is it here? We have hung on to a very cumbersome way of doing things. Yet nobody, you get. So with castor oil and this thing we are doing with silk, this is part of the thing we want to do. We want small communities to come together, extract the silk. It's very easy, weave, and then, we are selling a roll of silk.
Show the next.
And the market is here. It's at least we've figured out the market stream for that. So we will be telling them now, here so and so will come to buy your silk.
Right. Again, the Lukenya 10 million trees Lukenya University Marathon is taking place this weekend, 24th of March, from 6:15 a.m. on Sunday. The 42-kilometer race flags off, and everybody's. How do you register, by the way? Quickly,
online.
We have online registration.
Right.
And there's a pay bill also there. And we have shared our
Lukenya University Marathon.
Yes.
So, online
Standard
registration.
Media will be covering it live the whole day. We have recreational runners as well. So come one can all. We'll celebrate the professional runners, but we are here. Sisi ndio tuko, tutakimbia. 5 hours later, we shall finish.
We will be there. No matter what.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mutheu Kasanga, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Infrastructure at Lukenya University, and George Wasonga, who is the Chairman of the Organizing Committee of this year's second edition of the 10 Million Trees Lukenya University Marathon.
National Assembly passed it last week, paving the way for the return of housing levy deductions. Benjamin Magare, a Nakuru-based doctor, together with Pauline Kinyanjui, Philemon Nyakundi, Shalom Nyakundi, and Jamli Korina, who identify themselves as Nakuru residents, have moved to court to oppose the law on grounds that it attempts to introduce communist ideologies. In the matter filed as urgent, the petitioners accused the government of violating the constitution on the distribution of functions between the national and county governments, imposing a tax with a faulty legal framework and blatant dismissal of the results of the public participation process. 5 suspected illegal miners have been arrested at a gold mining site in Merti, Isiolo County. The team of special operations raided the Merti Goto area, where they recovered an AK-47 rifle with 5 bullets. Police say the 5 men were found in a 4-wheel drive car near the site, and on being searched, they were found with a firearm. This comes days after Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki visited the area and ordered the closure of gold mining sites in the area, and also yesterday urged miners to register under one organization.
Kuna swala hili la wale ambao wanachimba migodi, na sisi tungetaka hiyo migodi iwe salama, kwa sababu hatungetaka wakati wananchi wanaenda kujitafutia riziki pale kwa mgodi unaanguka, alafu watu wetu wanapata maafa. Tunashirikiana na Wizara ya Madini na wote ambao wanahusika katika uchimbaji migodi, ni lazima wajisajilishe, tujue ni kina nani, na wafanye vikundi vyao wenyewe vya kujisimamia ili waweke sheria sheria ya jinsi kazi ile itaendelea katika migodi. Sasa hapo kwa migodi nimeambia wenzangu ambao wako hapa wahakikishe wamelainisha hiyo sekta ili tusiwe na maafa kwa sababu ya wananchi kuingia pale na saa ingine wanaumia wakati migodi inaporomoka.
Azimio La Umoja Coalition has faulted the government for what they termed as setting school heads against suppliers in the piecemeal release for free secondary education funds led by National Assembly Minority Leader Opiyo Wandayi. The more than 10 opposition MPs said the release of the funds in bits has made the lives of school heads difficult, forcing them to hide from suppliers. They demanded that the government release the remaining 52.8 billion owed to schools in primary education and subsidized secondary schooling. This event comes as Education PS Belio Kipsang said that the funds will be disbursed to schools in the next 10 days, of which schools will have already closed.
We were discussing it with my colleague, and shortly we are releasing the remainder of 25% so that we can do 50% of term one.
Shortly could be how short?
We
are interested in this because we are part of this society.
We are hoping within the next 10 days we should have released the resources.
And farmers in Kakamega County have criticized the fact that they have to wait in line for days to access subsidized fertilizer, but not at the NCPB offices. The farmers claim that despite receiving messages asking them to buy the product this planting season, they've not been able to access the fertilizer.
Hii mbolea ya presidenti ni ya watu wadosi peke yake ama hata sisi hustlers tunaweza patako. Tumezunguka siendi nyumbani bila mbolea.
Nimekuja hapa mara hii ya 5 na natumia pesa kutoka nyumbani mpaka hapa ni shilingi ngapi? 400 kukuja, 400 kurudi huko.
Ukiangalia tu wanakuja kuchukua mbolea ni wengi kuliko watu wenye wamesaviwa pale. Sisi pande yetu tumeambiwa tusichukue zaidi ya mifuko ngapi? Mifuko 3. Na wewe labda uko na shamba ya mifuko 4 ama mifuko 5.
They say the situation has been dire and have called on the government to address it as quick as possible.
Wamesabu tu watu 50 peke yake out of watu 800. Paka saa hii wajapata mbolea. Tuko na shida hiyo, sijui tutasaidiwa namna gani.
Na niko hapa kwa ajili ya mbolea. Nimesumbukana, nimekuja hapa mara 3 na makarani wanatuambia tu mbolea iko kwa parapara. Sasa nikapikiwa simu, mbolea imefika. Nimelala hata hapa kwa kiwanja, makarani ni watu tu wawili. Watu wa makari ndio wanapata mbolea, lakini
watu wanakuja tu na magari wanapewa mbolea, wanapack, wanaenda. Na mimi nilikuwa nataka tu mfuko moja. Ukipanga laini wanakuambia rudi nyuma.
Well, that's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A few minutes after 9 o'clock. All right, what's happening on these streets this morning? Traffic is not too bad. It hasn't been too terrible at Wednesday. Just a little bit of movement on Jogoo Road at the Makadara train station is where we'll see a bit of a hold up. But as you get towards Landis, some of that is then spilling from Landis Road towards the Kamkunji roundabout junction. Apart from that, the Thika Superhighway, we've just seen traffic right around the Pangani underpass, and it seems to have diminished on Kiambu Road today, so that's not an issue. A little bit then on Limuru Road as you then approach Wangari Maathai, and on Wayaki Way, we're looking at some traffic getting into the city. State House Road going through towards Beretam and then through towards Westlands or Chiromo. That's also busy. Not crazy. Keeping an eye on things. Let's see what happens as we come to the end of traffic hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It is 7
the
minutes
Situation
after 9.
Room.
What are you thinking of? Are you thinking of investing in Nakuru County? Well, if you are, then it's important to think about this new property by Username Investments Limited. It's called Serenity Springs in Lanet, Nakuru. Where? Beautiful, beautiful Nakuru. Nakuru City has various suburbs. One of them is Lanet. Now, Username Investment have decided, let's actually start a community here. And they're wanting you to invest in it. And just by purchasing an eighth of an acre, at least an eighth of an acre for 1.499 million shillings, you can decide to buy 4 of them combined and make it a half. It's okay. Hakuna shida. What they've done is they've done most of the groundwork. They bought the land, they got the title, they subdivided, they got the individual titles. They have then done the internal road, the Maram Road. They have done the wall, they have done the gate, they have done water, they have pulled power. Everything is there. All you need is for you to come in, City. And how much is it? 1.499 million. What's the payment plan like?
Well, it's flexible. If you have the 1.499, by all means pay.
Yeah.
But if you want to pay in installments, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, those are possibilities. Yes.
Sindio?
Yes.
There are possibilities. SMS the word plot to 20321, or you can call Username Investment Limited 0725 000 222. That's 0725 000 222. Go and invest and live in Nakuru City. Now we have 2 people who are Nakuru people in the studio. One of them is the Principal Secretary for Housing in the country, Charles Hinga. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
And who's the other?
The other one grew up in Nakuru.
He's also called Charles Muga.
He's also called Charles Muga. These Nakurus and Charleses. Right?
Right.
So, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
I know you also have your houses that you're selling in Bondeni.
Yes.
In Nakuru City.
In Nakuru City.
Yeah. You're here because a big thing has happened in your docket. New law that comes in to govern the affordable housing program.
Correct.
We'll talk about it. City, why don't you welcome the Principal Secretary with the day's proverb?
I will. Proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Burundi. Too many words blacken your ears.
Too many words blacken your ears. P.S. Interpretation of this one?
Man, I think for someone like me who talks a lot, I think this proverb is basically telling me to chill a bit. The less you say, I mean, I think the last time I was in State House and we had a conversation with some journalists and I spoke so much passion, sweating all over, dropping water, and
I think it was a good experience for you. You'll never forget this.
You know,
You'll never forget that.
I can never forget that. And quite frankly, I think that was a big turning point to this conversation.
It did.
Yes.
Yesterday, in State House, there was an elaborate event. So there were all these invited guests. There were people who were speaking, led by you and your cabinet secretary and others. And then we witnessed the signing of the Affordable Housing Bill into law. It's now part of law. Give us the highlights of this particular new piece of legislation.
All right. So, you know, the precedence to this was that we had passed this affordable housing levy under the Finance Act. And then we ran into some legal hurdles. And the High Court pronounced on themselves, and they said, look, they're gaping holes on this agenda. And some of it says were unconstitutional. You know, the issue of discrimination, for example, they also say that there was no governing framework. and then and transparency in how the money was going to be utilized. And then, of course, there was a question about KRA. The appointment of KRA to collect the levy had been challenged, and the court had found that there was some unprocedural, or the appointment was done in an unprocedural way. So all those things largely we had to go back then and address them. And on the issue of the discrimination, the issue was twofold. One, why only target payslip carrying people? And we agreed with the courts because there is actually people like lawyers who essentially whatever they earn is not a salary as defined, and so they were completely left out. And they actually earn more money than most of the guys that were paying the levy. Consulting fees. It's not classified as a salary. So there is a huge universe of people that had actually been left out. And because what they do is that they submit, they do their returns at the end of the year, and then they take their gross income minus whatever expenditures, and then they pay to carry what is due. And then, of course, now there is the other people who are in the informal sector. And so the big part of the bill was to address those particular issues. And then there was the aspect of the governance, the governance structure. Where is the money seated? Who is superintending over those monies? How are those people appointed? And so those things were addressed. So the bill goes into a great detail about how the board is set up. There's a whole competitive process of appointing the directors. It talks about the kind of qualities that we need to see in those people. And then, of course, the administrator, who's a CEO as well, including the qualification criteria, has also been addressed. It also then addresses, who are the implementing agents. Again, because the finance bill is a money bill, so it only deals with the aspect of the levy. So a whole lot of other issues had been left out. So who are the implementing agents? So the bill, or now the Act, let me call it the Act, has addressed that. Then there was there is a motive issue of land. And I know some of your guests that have been coming here have almost branded us as land grabbers. Okay, so we, through the bill also, through the Act, now we have addressed squarely the issue of this public land. Then there was a whole elaborate public participation process. As we said yesterday, for those who are listening, sometimes we tend to take public participation as a pain in the backside, and just an exercise where let me just gather a few views, and then if I'm asked whether you did public participation, I can say, look, I went. But the beauty about this public participation was that actually Kenyans came out in big numbers. And contrary to what maybe we see on Twitter and on social media, where there was quite a negative connotation to this aspect of housing, most Kenyans came out and they said, we actually want this program. But there is opaqueness. Can you clarify, how do I own a home? Number two, they said, if you insist that I must pay 10% deposit for me to be able to get a house, essentially you are discriminating against people who cannot be able to afford that deposit. And so out of the public participation, we ended up dropping the 10% deposit requirement. So there is a deposit, but now it's no longer prescriptive prescriptive as 10%. So we are saying, look, it is going to be on an ability to pay. Okay, so there will be a determination. If you can afford 10%, pay at 10%. But if you're an indigent and you really want to get a house, and you've demonstrated, for example, some of the people that were in the panel yesterday, one of them, if you recall, was asked, how much money are you paying for rent today? And they said, I'm paying 3,000 shillings to rent a shack. Okay, so if he doesn't have a deposit, this bill now, or this act now, gives him the opportunity to switch from paying 3,000 for a shack to 3,000 for a home that is decent and with all the basic services. So those are the key highlights of this particular act of parliament.
I want to start with the first one, the salary versus income, and how it has been addressed. So how are people in the informal sector of the economy going to contribute to the housing levy? How are those who are in consultancies and others going to contribute to this?
So let me start with the latter one, because it's much easier to do. First of all, if you're in consultancy, you're in the KRA radar. So you're a taxpayer. You do submit your returns.
Yeah.
So essentially, now you'll have to calculate what your gross income per month, and you apply the 1.5%, and then you remit to KRA. So those are already known.
What about when it's intermittent? It's not regular income. So anytime you have an income, then a percentage of it goes into the housing levy.
It goes to housing. It goes to housing levy.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be,
it's not necessarily monthly.
It's not necessarily monthly, but as long as you're earning an income.
Okay.
Then there is the aspect of those who are in the informal. And we acknowledge those are the majority of Kenyans. One, the responsibility of collecting taxes lies with KRA. And KRA has made several attempts to, try and even deal with issues like a turnover tax.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things where KRA will follow the same path of turnover tax. But we also realized that by putting this 1.5% on those who are in the informal, essentially you're pushing the turnover tax to upwards by another 1.5%. I think, was it 3%?
Yeah.
So now that is going to be 4%, which was considered to be quite punitive. So if you look at the act now, it amends or proposes to amend that particular turnover tax section so that it will 1.5% will now go to of their turnover tax will now go to the housing levy.
Okay.
Yeah, but the responsibility of collection
is with KRA.
And so KRA must then be able to put in measures to ensure that because there is a requirement for everybody to pay, that they pay.
Okay. So the responsibility of collecting taxes lies with KRA. The responsibility of implementing this lies squarely with you.
Yes.
And we're not even talking about maybe, because obviously with the assent yesterday, this is going through. So a number of questions. First of all, there are different kinds of homeowners who will fall under this. Who are they, and what kind of home ownership then are we looking at?
Okay. So so we are largely dealing with an urban housing issue. And before I answer that question, I think context sometimes is very, very, very important. If you look at our urban areas, I think the last time I was here, we had that conversation. We are urbanizing at, say, 4.5% annually. And that means that you have about 500,000 people moving into the urban areas every year. Now, what is generally acceptable or accepted norm on urbanization is that urbanization is normally associated with the high quality of life. That's why people move into the urban areas. But what is happening in our case, it's the inverse. Is that as you move to the urban areas, what do you find? You find there is no adequate housing. You find that there is no adequate basic services, water and so on and so forth. So you find that what we're having is a proliferation of slums, and they are growing in numbers every day because we are not addressing that issue. And then something else happens, which I think is very, very important for context, is that because we are a very liberal economy and a lot of good land is in private hands, and most of that land is people are holding it for speculative purposes. So our cost of land is very high. And then the last point to make, so that I can come and answer now the specific question, is that so even as you urbanize, even as the cost of land goes high, we are also one of the most unequal societies. When you look at the income disparity in Kenya, it's very, very high. 97% of all payslip carrying Kenyans earn less than 150,000 shillings. And 75% of them earn about 50,000 shillings. And that data could be a bit dated because that was a 2019 data. And I know salaries increase and so on and so on, but we're not so far away from that.
Yep.
So if then you, and by the way, these are working class. So we're not talking about people who are not working. These are people who, some of them are your employees.
Formal employment.
The formal employment. So where you have high cost of land and you have low incomes, what happens is that we start to push these working class out of the urban core. Okay, we're pushing them out because they can't afford to live within the CBD, within the urban core, closer to where they work. But where do they go to? Then something else also happens, which is normally a good debate, and I've had this debate. I was in Washington last week, and it's a global conversation. Do we have a housing problem or do we have a transport problem? Now, we don't have a reliable public transport system. Okay,
we don't have a public transport system at all. That's a reliable one.
So that's number one. And then the other thing is that in the past, we made the mistake of building our roads were built to move cars, not to move people. All right, and those two are very different. And so you find that, it's just a road without street furniture, without proper, places to cross, without bus stops, and so on and so forth. Without walking, majority of the people walk.
Yep.
So you don't even create the walkways and cycle lane and so on and so forth. So when you look at that entire ecosystem in the urban areas, what happens is that as you're pushing these people out, your expectation is let them go to Mavoko area, maybe where there is land, they go settle. But then they need to take 2-3 matatus to get to work. So essentially what they do is that they look for the nearest
closest
available piece of land, and what they go there and then they find slumlords. And the slumlords have basically built shacks.
Yeah.
Okay? And when they build those shacks, and this is a tragedy, we did some analysis and we realized that the return that they are making, it has a significant return, better than you get the returns you get, the yields you get in the slums are way higher than you get in Muthaiga and in Karen. Okay? Tiny small shacks, illegal connection, so they're not paying power. They're selling you water and they're selling you a toilet.
No land rates.
And no land rates and so on and so forth. So it's big business. So they have found that lacuna. So so you find that almost 70% of our urban population now is living in those slums.
Do they sorry, PS, but I have to bring you back to that question.
And that's what
because it's very important for the next thing.
Yes.
So which kind of homeowners are we looking at now under this?
Out of all that working class that I've spoken about, majority of them that are in the slums, okay, will require a social housing. Okay, a social housing unit. Now, according to, again, dated statistics, and we are trying to work with KNBS so that we can update it, people who earn 20,000 and below, okay, they made about 5 or 15% of the
urban dwellers
of the payslip carrying people. Okay, so 20,000 and below. And then you have about 75%, okay, that are they earn about 50,000 or thereabout, okay? And then you have another 3% okay, that are between, say, 100,000 and 150. And then the balance is over, 150,000. So the way we have addressed the issues based on income is to say that if you earn 20,000 and below, you are entitled to a social house. Okay?
Okay.
Now, within the social housing, we have 3 typologies. Okay? You have and the language that we use when you're dealing with social housing is not bedrooms, we call them rooms. So you have a 1-roomed house, a 2-roomed house, and a 3-roomed house. Now, but now it's a 1-roomed house with all the basic services. Sorry, it's the studio.
What they would call self-contained.
What you'll call a self-contained studio. So for that particular unit, in our program, you will get it for 3,200 shillings
per
month.
Okay.
And you have up to 30 years. Okay, paying a fixed rate of 3%.
Let me clarify. 3,200 shillings is what you would pay
Yeah.
for a 1, 2, 3 roomed.
A 1-roomed house.
A 1-roomed house.
Yes.
You would pay 3,200 shillings.
Correct.
For 30 years.
Yeah, for up to 30 years.
Up to 30 years.
Yes.
And it is yours.
And it is yours.
Okay.
And by the way, and I don't want to get, sometimes when we get, I think your proverb should be guiding me here, so that because sometimes when we try, we don't want to blacken the ears, because sometimes when you get too caught up in the statistics and numbers, you confuse the people more.
It is
and
true.
of course, it's on a reducing balance.
Okay.
Okay, because it is amortizing, isn't it? As you pay. Okay, so that is the social housing unit. Okay, 3,200 for 1-roomed house. Then you go the 2-roomed house. A 2-roomed house, you will pay 4,800. Okay, and then you have a 3-roomed house. Okay, which you're going to pay 6,400 every month.
Okay,
those are for people now who are in informal settlements, people who are who want a social housing.
These are the folks who earn 20,000 shillings
and below. Yes.
Okay.
Then you have folks that earn between 20,000 and 149. Okay. So they are in your low middle income sort of range in Kenya, because we can have a debate on whether we have a real middle class in Kenya, but that's probably where you find your teachers, your nurses, and so on and so forth, and some civil servants and so on and so forth. Now, for those ones, we also have 3 typologies. But now note, the conversation changes from roomed to bedroom.
Okay.
So you have a studio unit. Okay, that's the first thing that you get. And a studio unit, you'll pay 5,200 shillings. Then you have a 2-bedroom unit, which is from our current 2-bedroom unit, which is the most popular. For the units that we've been selling, 2 bedrooms have been, going very fast, and that is about 10,400 shillings. Then you have per month, and then you have a 3-bedroom, which is 15,600. Then for those who, and there the terms are, you get a mortgage of 6%, and it is fixed. Okay, for up to 30 years.
So here you can't do the per month where you did with social housing.
No, it is per month. All those are per month.
So if that is the case, do you need to get a mortgage? So the thing is, must you get a mortgage here in order to then access this home, or can you get into the agreement where you say, let me pay the 15,600 shillings to government every month, right? And I have this house after so many odd years.
But that's exactly what it is. A mortgage is a form of a contract that basically shows you the path to owning that unit.
So I don't necessarily have to go to a financial institution.
We will come to that, because it's the administration of that mortgage. We now have partners like banks, where we have things like KMRC, where they issue you with a mortgage.
But now this is where the fund comes in.
Yes. This is where the fund comes in. But you see, what we don't want to do is to, the fund is going to be lean.
All right.
So we will have to use third parties to be able to administer that, because banks wake up every day, they know how to administer mortgages.
All
So
right.
we're going to have some partnership around that.
Okay, so then the next one?
Then now we have the last one, which is essentially we are calling it mid to high end sort of market units. Now, this also in recognition that there's some people who want a bit of choice. You want a bigger house, you want a master in suit, and of course you can be able then to afford paying slightly higher. Here we have two typologies. We have a 2-bedroom, and then we have a 3-bedroom. A 2-bedroom, 31,300, and a 3-bedroom to be 41,800, and the interest rate there is 9%. Again, up to 30
years, all of them.
So therefore, what are we addressing? We are addressing systemic failure in the market, whereby a country of almost 50 million, we have less than 30,000 mortgages. That's a systemic failure. Number two, when you look today at even, I don't know, some of you may have taken a mortgage. The rate that you're paying is now over 20% because the interest rates have been going up. It's very, very rare for you to find a fixed interest rate regime. And where did this come from? We've benchmarked, quite extensively. And if you look at an economy like the US, and you go back, you have to trace this back to the Great Depression of the late, 20s and 30s. One of the ways they came out of this Great Depression was investment in housing. There's a whole housing economics which we can talk about it. But then they created what is called the American Dream. And the American Dream was targeted to the blue-collar workers, saying basically, as long as you're willing to work hard, okay, you should have the dignity of living in a decent place and which you own. Today, the U.S. housing market is so huge that in 2008, when they messed around with the subprime, it almost brought down the entire economy. Okay, and what actually saved the U.S. From collapse was because they had issued 30-year fixed mortgages. The subprime is where they were playing around with the interest rate and the hedging and all that. The other economy that you want to look at is China. China is a $19 trillion GDP economy. 7.6 trillion, or 40% of Chinese GDP, is actually in the housing value chain. So, and they also have, you address the issue of affordable rate, but also long tenure. That is what we don't have in our market, because the current market, they issuing you with short-term loans, maybe 7-10 years if you're lucky. And then the interest rate is variable, and that's where a majority of Kenyans then are left out.
That's why they end up getting stuck. PS, must someone own a house?
No, you don't have to. And that's why the bill says, or the act now says, it is to own or to rent. Now, what we have been very deliberate about is to say that if you want to own, ownership must not be left to the haves. Okay? Today, if I'm paying 3,000 shillings, okay, and you tell me that I can pay 3,000 to own, what is the problem?
What if you don't want to?
You don't have to. So you can rent. You'll get rental units.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
and you can decide, and there's another category which I didn't talk to, which was the now Senate introduced rural housing. Okay. And they said, look, we must also think about rural housing, because there are people who don't want to move to the urban areas. But what is also happening in our rural settings is that we are starting to get rural slums. I don't know whether you've seen that there's so many rural slums that are coming up. So equally, Senate has gone and they have defined rural housing. So we will see a situation whereby if you want to go and build your own rural home, you can get a rural loan, of which you should be able to go build your own home back at home.
The reason I'm asking that is because I want to get back into this area of social housing.
Yeah.
All right. So I know that currently we are addressing, people who earn less than 20,000 shillings. Why not 25,000 shillings? Why not 30,000?
But we've addressed all of them.
Right. No, in terms of social housing. Because if you look at the need then for social housing would be people, their basic need is to have a better roof over their head. Those are the people that you say you want to remove them from the shack to a unit that has a better roof, better wall, better ventilation, has access to water, has access to power, has access to road, has access to everything else.
Yeah.
But now you're telling somebody with a family that if you've been paying 3,200 for some big 2 rooms in a slum, you can only come and live.
Is it big?
Yeah. In whatever 2 rooms in a slum, you can only come and pay 3,200 and access a 1 room in the social housing unit. Are you addressing the need? Are you sure that the people that you'd like to move out of slums into better housing will actually afford these social housing units?
But they are affording it now. You see, what I am saying is that the amount of money that they are paying, you see, what we were very careful about was to make sure that you sort of equate what they're paying today, but now you give them decent, okay, and with all the basic services and utilities that they don't have today.
You don't have to equate, and that's the issue that I'm raising. That somebody who has a family that requires maybe 2-3 rooms, you have parents, you have boys, you have girls, those need 3 rooms.
Yes, true. Yeah.
Are they currently paying 6,400?
Yes, they are currently paying 6,400 for a shack.
How big?
Very small shacks.
Occupying the entire family of boys, girls, and parents?
Absolutely. There are 3 room shacks in when you go to Nakuru, just around behind you here. Yeah.
So this is what you know for a fact.
Yes.
That somebody who's currently paying the 6,400
will pay the same 6,400. They will get a much bigger house. Okay. And they will continue, so they're not going to be out of pocket because now we have to take them out of the slum.
Okay. Then the other bit that I wanted to ask was with regards to the rollout of this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, you want to start addressing it from the greater need going to a lower need. Is this where we are seeing the housing developments coming up? Are we seeing more units that are social housing units than the middle to high market units?
Okay. So you have 70% of the units that we're building, okay, are in the social and affordable housing.
Okay.
Okay. And then the 30% is in the mid to high open market. And let me address something which is very, very important because one of the things that we want to be very careful about is the issue of discrimination, okay, or discriminating you or where to live because of your income. So if you look at our designs now, okay, you're not going to go and find this block is a social housing block, and then this block is an affordable housing block, and then that one is the market block. They have all been integrated. Okay, all right. So that's our new design, is that we want to build communities. When you don't want to, that you walk into this estate and you say, oh, that's a corner for the social housing. Okay, so we've managed to integrate them. And also very important is that you have to maintain these houses. Now, the biggest challenge that you're going to have is that, okay, you paid 6,400, then there's going to be service charges, okay, that you need to pay. Then you are in a bit of a challenge if you then going to go and say, oh, pay another 2,000 shillings for service charges. But if you're able to cross-subsidize through this mixed income living, you still pay service charges, okay, but you're not then going to be out of pocket. Okay.
P.S. I have to come back on an issue because I think it's fundamental here. The Kenya Bureau of Statistics 2023 told us clearly that in formal areas,
informal,
in space, formal,
informal areas.
The mean monthly rent paid today is 6,568.
In informal or informal?
Informal. Now, in informal, which is the slums, the mean rate that is paid, this is Kenya Bureau of Standards, this is government. Statistics, sorry. This is government telling us that in slum areas, the rate of rent is 3,072 shillings. That is half of what you've told us just now in terms of what is currently being paid.
Okay.
This is from surveys they have done.
Right.
So they're taking the average of rent that's paid as 3,000 shillings.
Yes.
So essentially what we are saying now is that we are asking folks to pay double what they're already struggling to pay today for this social housing of people who are earning 20,000 shillings and below.
But mean doesn't mean...
It's the average.
Yes, it's the average. But for you to arrive at an average, it means there must be people who probably pay the 6.
Or less. Or less than the 3.
But there are very many others who pay a lot less than that. So when we get that average, people who are able to afford the 6, because they exist in the informal sector, are being told you can pay the same amount here. Those who are paying less, you see, I don't see a disparity, if you ask me. I actually see that everything that is being discussed has actually been covered. And the reason is this. Kenya Bureau of Statistics comes up, as you say, with statistics. If you were to look at what Kenya Bureau of Statistics tells us a so-called a middle-income earner in this country is, or a middle-class person based on the earning, you could actually say that person is actually poor. He's not really middle class. But according to them and according to their statistics. Now, why am I taking this line of argument? I'm asking, when you want to deal with the problem of housing, what really should we be considering? Because we are saying there are people who live in certain jurisdictions. They have what passes for housing, but is it really housing? And what the government has now introduced, is it really going to help resolve or solve this problem?
That's a fair question.
Yes. That is the question I'm asking.
Yes. And we believe that it will. We have started the journey of solving that. And it is very, very important to understand that there is no quick fix. Because where we are today has taken many years to be. So there's no magic wand or a silver bullet out of it. But you've got to stem, first of all, the proliferation of Muslims.
Yeah.
You've got to give people, access to the decent homes, all right? And of course, at the beginning, because the problem is so huge, you expect that the supply and the demand rules are going to be more tilted on there's more demand than the supply is going to be there. But over time, because we believe this is not a Kenya Kwanza, issue. This is something that has to be ingrained in our long-term strategic view. Right now, if you go, and I know people hate when we give the example of Singapore, when because they compare it around to Nairobi, size of Nairobi, and all those things. But be as it may, Singapore actually has a minister who is a minister of the year 2050. Okay, they're planning for 2050. All right. And then when we get to 2050, people are going to look back and they say, how did they do it? Okay. We are stuck in the today. All right. And we are almost burying our heads in the sand and saying, look, okay, it is what it is.
Okay.
Okay. Let it.
But one appears, the question that Ndu raised, right? And why it's important is this. If you are asking people to pay what we are asking,
yes,
and we're taking the view that at some point that's an amount that they were paying for whatever housing unit they had, again, are we really solving this problem? Because at the end of the day, everything we're saying, whether it is the amount of money being deducted, the amount of money being asked for, the units being put up, are we really solving? And I ask this question because The people who live in these areas that we keep speaking of, is there a guarantee that they are the ones who will benefit from what we are saying?
Yeah, so let me give you an example. Just behind you. Yes. Okay. Behind, yeah. And I would really like you guys one of these days, take a whatever and then go and see what we're doing here at our meteorological site. It's 55 acres of public land that we have converted into, some human settlement. It's going to put about 15,000 housing units. Now, for those ones, what we're going to do is, because we are building those ones to address the three Mukuru's agenda. So what we are busy with right now is actually identifying which part, because that one you have to do it systematically, okay? Because what you want to do is move people from this part of Mukuru into this place where you have built, okay? And then redevelop, okay? Yeah. Redevelop. And because when you go to these slums, what is the characteristic of the housing? It is single dwelling shacks, okay? Yeah. But here you're doing some densification, right? So you are now able to, for a small piece of land that had very many shacks, now you're able to be able to densify. Again, that is something that is going to take time, because you're talking about how many households? I think through the just the Mukuru Kwanchenga, where we did some special planning. When you look at the Mukurus, you're talking about what, 105,000 households? Okay, so when are you going to be able to address the 105,000 households, plus address more people who are coming in, who are moving in? So this is by no means a perfect solution, but you're definitely starting to address.
But do we know, I think the questions it is asking, the 15,000 units that you're putting up around Mukuru,
yes,
are they going to be occupied?
Yes,
by the current occupiers?
So let me give you the best example is Kibera, Soweto. Okay. Because I think that was a much a better example of what we're doing with our slums. Kibera, Soweto, okay, which is under construction, we have already enumerated the people. So we went, there are two things that you need to understand about even the whole slum economy and the slum dichotomy. Because if you don't solve for both, you have no solution. So you have what we call a structure owner. Okay?
Yep.
So Kibera is public land, is government land. A big chunk of it. There is a Kibera Nubian side, which is a very different story to what I'm talking about. But where Kibera Soweto are, that is government land. But someone has gone on that public land and they have built shacks.
Somewhere.
Someone
whom we don't know.
No, I mean, okay. Go on. But there is someone who put up that structure. And then there is a tenant.
Yes.
Okay? So our deal is, look, if I come and brand you, Mr. Structure Owner, as an illegal person, I'm going to try and sue you, and so on and so forth, we won't solve the problem. So what we've done is we said, okay, Mr. Structure Owner, okay, allow me to demolish this structure. Mr. Tenant, allow me to give you some facilitation, okay, to agree to leave. Then I free up this land, I build it up, and you, Mr. Structure Owner, you'll have one unit, okay? And you, the person who was renting, you'll also get a unit, okay?
You'll be offered a unit.
You'll offer the unit. And it's not for free, okay? So somehow we've killed many birds with one stone, because the structure owner now is regularized, because it was an irregular. So the structure owner will rent it out to somebody else, but now a proper, decent house. The tenant will have the right to come and occupy, but now not to rent, okay, but to own.
Okay.
Now that piece of land, which is just about 12 acres in Kibera, where we are building now, I'm putting up 4,054 units, meaning that I'm able to accommodate everybody that was on that land, plus I'm able to go to C and D. All right? So when it is complete, I'll free up C&D because C&D people will come and move into this B, and then I'm going to redevelop.
And you were able to put up, or you were able to start putting up these houses without taxing Kenyans. There have been houses under your ambit that have been put up, which you opened last year, opened the year before, without this mandatory tax from Kenyans, is it not?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's possible.
No, okay, look, and I think it is important because I know this is been one of the biggest mischiefs for some of even the people that you've invited here. I was in the Jubilee government. Okay, we had the same plan. We had the same mandatory. It went through Parliament. It was passed at 1.5%. It's only that
housing levy.
The housing levy was there. Okay, but what happened?
Went to court.
They went to court, and it was frustrated in court.
Okay.
And so what did the government of the day decide?
Shelve it.
Shelve it, make it voluntary. But then, what was our target? Our target was 500,000 homes.
Yeah.
Okay? How many units did we able to deliver?
Yeah.
20.
2,500? Okay. So, we had a plan which got frustrated. Okay? But we still believe that the way to solve the systemic issue is that you must be able to have money.
The frustration you faced then was the same frustration that you faced until yesterday, which you may face if Dr. Nyeri also goes to court.
And they're welcome to go to court.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is running before you could crawl. And we had this conversation with you here when we were debating the housing levy on our PS.
Yeah.
And I remember you saying clearly that, you know what, we are not even going to start collecting this levy until we have a framework on how this levy is going to be governed. You went ahead and started collecting the levy without the framework. You are put back into, can you develop the framework? Now there's a framework, but the rollout of this framework is very clear. Number one, you must establish the fund, and the fund must have a board. And like we saw with the Hustler Fund, the Hustler Fund started being rolled out without a board in place. So we have fear that it's the same kind of thing that's going to happen.
No, it's not. We've addressed those things. Let me tell you how we've addressed
There's a fund and a board to be appointed by the president, the cabinet secretary, and others to be involved in management of the fund.
Correct.
And bring in the other stakeholders. COTU is involved, the Federation of Kenya Employers is involved, and others.
Yes.
How soon is the fund going to be in place before we get deducted?
If you read
end of this month?
Section 2 of the fund, we anticipated that and we've addressed it. So the law comes in two phases. Through the publishing, which I believe it is being published today, through the publishing of the vellum of the bill now, which is the Act, Section 4 and 5 of the Act have been operationalized. So you don't need a board, you don't need all those things, but what does Section 4 and 5 mean? It is the issue of the deduction. Okay? So the issue of the deduction has been operationalized. Then today, also, the chairperson has been gazetted, or will be gazetted, and you know, I'm slightly, you know,
you're here.
I'm here now, but I know that
the chairperson has been identified.
The chairperson has been identified to be appointed. Okay. Then the second part of operationalization of this is through gazettement by the cabinet secretary of the Act. Not just the board members. The Act itself. So there will be a gazette notice, okay, where we shall operationalize the other sections of the Act. So now there is a board member. There's a chair that is being gazetted, and COTU, FKE, and COG already have their letters to appoint or to nominate their people for appointment. And so by next week, we will have gazetted
the board.
Okay. Then there are 3 members who are independent, and in the wisdom of Parliament, they said, don't just go pick Dr. Muga because he's your friend or whatever it is. Let's go through a competitive process. Okay. So those 3 are not going to come in immediately, but it also puts in a provision on quorum. Okay, so we've learned from the past.
I want to ask a question about ownership because, and you've said it has been discussed in public domain, even here on this show. You go and identify public land, belonging to a county. It's public land that is actually being managed by the county government on behalf of the public.
Yes.
set aside that piece of land, bring in a private contractor to develop the houses, bring in the fund to buy the houses, whatever is happening, and then the person who starts paying this 5,200 for a studio gets into ownership of this house. How are we transferring public land to become private land?
Now, that is also one of the areas that we've been able to address through this bill.
How?
Because we've now been able to tie, what is an affordable housing scheme, it's now defined, and link it back to the Land Act. Because when you go to Section 12 of the Land Act, it deals with public land. Section 2, and I wish I could read it for you, of that Land Act says, one second, that the body, the competent body that has the authority to allocate public land is National Land Commission. So in our Housing Act now, we've been able to link what we are doing where we are land banking for affordable housing back to the mandate of allocating that land, which is National Land Commission. And when you go to, it's actually 1B allow me to read it for you. It says that the commission, that is National Land Commission, may, on behalf of the national or county governments, allocate public land by way of, and there are many up to F, but the one that is linked to the affordable housing is B. It says application confined to a targeted group of persons or groups in order to ameliorate their disadvantaged positions. So the commission has been given powers to allocate land, to groups that have been disadvantaged, to ameliorate their position, So, and that now has created the legal
a door,
not a door,
for the privatization of this land.
You want to call it privatization, but you need to ask yourself the question,
because you see, PS. The thing is, we have not said how are we identifying these groups that are marginalized or disadvantaged, so that they can
to be disadvantaged.
No, but we have now defined them in the bill. We have defined them in our act.
You have,
but you have done this for social housing.
No, for everybody. That's why I said when she asked me the question,
the three houses,
the three. Now we have actually said the four.
Yeah.
And we've said that there is based on incomes. There are those who earn 20,000 and below, 20,000 to 149, 149 and above, and those who live in the rural areas.
Respond to this, that this is a scheme by government or those in government to then go ahead and grab this land. So So you have decided that we are going to have 70% of this is going to be the social housing. So we'll have the people who maybe could have lived in slums coming here and owning a house over the next 30 years. But there's a market level here that is having houses as well. There are other common areas that you could say, over the next 30 years, we're going to be able to build these houses. This program could be abandoned, but the land was already done what? Allocated. How do you address those concerns and those fears?
So first of all,
it's finding a way through to come and find our public land, build a couple of houses here, and then abandon that project as a white elephant. Well, a few people are going to benefit. And then now the rest of the land, now we say, ile serikali ingine ilikuwa na watu very, hii sasa hii ndio tutafanya na
but it's now anchored in law. I think section 40, let me just take you to the exact section of the bill. So that has been addressed. It is in issues of land. It's section 41, has addressed those issues. So how does a government grab from itself? I mean, there are some things which I just find they're very nice for headlines and they excite the public. And you've got those people that you love inviting that just love those type of headlines.
With reason, though. With reason. With reason, because it's not government grabbing land for itself. What they're referring to, and you well know what we are saying,
people.
Land which is intended for public good ending up in the hands of people, individuals. You see, that is the privatization.
So can I ask you a question?
Ask.
We use same public land to build schools.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hospitals.
No, just hang on a second. Let's just deal
with schools.
One at one. Let's deal with schools. That school does not serve everybody. Is that correct?
It's supposed to serve the people who live within that locality.
Okay. So, but the question is, all right, okay, that public, it is for public good.
It is.
Okay?
Yes.
Housing, okay, is a bill of right.
It's a basic right.
It's a basic right.
Yes.
And in which Kenyans bequeathed that right to themselves.
Yes.
Okay? Right? And the responsibility has been given to government, okay?
Yes.
To ensure that there is the greatest enjoyment of those rights.
Yes.
Okay? Right? We then are custodians of that land on behalf of the people. Okay? And we have determined that one of the barriers, okay, one of the barriers to the people enjoying that right is simply the cost of land.
Yes.
So, by national government or county governments identifying land, plan it, ensure that there are schools, there are clinics, there are markets. Okay? All right? Within the same settlement. And then availing it for development of decent homes and providing, basic services.
Yeah.
Okay? And ensuring, okay, that the cost of land does not become a barrier. Isn't that what you're saying, that you are relating?
No, we're in agreement. I want to ask me your question. I'm still waiting for your question.
So the issue is that the fact that you can go to the school,
yes,
okay, that public school, okay,
yes,
but not everybody, okay, is going to enjoy that particular school.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
The question then is, these same people,
yes,
okay, that you're saying, okay, fine, you can build the school here, are living in squalor.
Yes.
Okay. So it's okay for you to reserve the land to build a school, but allow them to continue living in squalor.
But if I may ask, in this case, you're saying that a school will be built in a particular area, but not everybody will enjoy. In this affordable housing levy, everybody is being levied. Everyone is being levied.
Yeah.
Is that not what
and
we're
everybody
saying?
has a right to own a home.
Yeah, but in this case, it's very different, because for the school, if we're going to use that example, because the example you're giving here is that not everybody will have access to this particular school.
But yet it is built using public money.
Built using public money.
Yes.
In this case, Kenyans are being taxed every month, right? For this same idea.
Where is the disconnect?
No, but we're saying that in this case with education,
I'll show you the disconnect.
In this case with education, here's a school, right? The people in this area then have access to this education, and it is a public offering.
Yes.
Here with housing, we are saying that you must all pay, but you are saying that not everybody will have access to these houses. Not everybody will own.
Not everybody is going to own that particular house.
Yeah.
Okay? But everybody who is paying has a right to owning the home. And the only issue that you're dealing with, this is what I addressed earlier on, is an issue of supply and demand. So over time, you are going to balance the equation. Yeah.
But you see the difference, PS, and which comes back to my initial question, must people own these homes, is the school, once it's built, it is there for posterity. The people around that community have access to that school.
Correct.
Equally. When the houses are built, the people who own the houses then become the exclusive people with access to those homes. It ceases being public. A public school remains public forever.
But
those that
housing is a public good.
Yes, it's a public good, but it becomes private property.
You cannot push me out of the house next year,
for example,
for somebody else. It is my house.
When Kaloleni was built, those many years ago, it was public.
Yes.
Right? It remained public.
Because it is rental, because it was a rental.
Yes. But it's accessible to anybody who can then afford to come and live there.
But not everybody
else can move.
Not everybody. Not everybody
but
lives in Kaloleni.
It's accessible to everybody.
But it is not everybody who's... So let me ask you. Today, if I want to go live in Kaloleni, because it's a public house, but there's somebody, then what happens?
If there's a chance that somebody lives there...
If there's a vacancy, you can get it.
You have a chance.
No.
But you have an opportunity to.
You have a chance.
May I say something? When it appears, your job is a difficult one. It's an extremely difficult one.
It is. It was
because
easy.
You are presented with a situation that on the face of it is a wonderful thing that everybody would love to see being actualized. But we are having a discussion against a background where the very stark naked aspect of mistrust clouds everything that you may say.
And now that is, you've hit the nail on the head. Let me ask you.
Ask.
So this is our plan.
Yes.
And because you are, well researched, what will be your plan? How do you address what is happening right behind you here? Are you okay just because you're sitting in a nice air-conditioned office here, and you came from a decent house? What makes you better than that person today who, right, woke up from the shack?
Nothing.
What solution do you have?
Mine is don't sell the house.
Don't sell the house?
Yes. Make it available for rent.
So let me ask you a question.
Let the people come and rent.
Okay, so because
if somebody who moves into a 3,200 room single room today finds better fortune and they want to move to a 6,400 room tomorrow,
let them.
They are not attached to the 3,200. They can move to that one.
What is the problem with owning?
When my child graduates from school and can afford the one room, they can move into the one room because now there's a vacancy. It creates that ecosystem that keeps flowing. And it's accessible not just to this generation, but to future generations.
Let me say this. Owning is very important.
Why?
Owning is very important because, first of all, one of the paths out of squalor and out of poverty begins with ownership. And you know that. You, today, because you have the guarantee of a good salary, you can go, borrow some money.
There's no guarantee.
No.
Guaranteed PS.
No. You guys want to have an academic whatever to a very practical issue.
Okay.
No, hang on a second.
Because you have a fixed regular salary.
Regular salary.
Okay.
And you have a pay slip.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can leverage your payslip, maybe go get a loan and start a small biashara on the side. You supplement your income, and then over time you are able now to go and buy a plot somewhere, maybe build, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Okay. For us, why ownership is important is because, first of all, this person now you have bequeathed them with an asset. Okay. As they repay, they're building equity into their structure. If they finish paying for that unit, they can use it to borrow a loan, and they can be able to improve their lives. Okay? Do you know, and maybe this is a separate conversation that we can have, how many people in this country, having worked, and you know very well because in some other sectors, other areas we met,
yes.
And look at our Kenya Railways people.
Yes.
Okay? If you look at the Kenya Railway pension as an example, those are people who worked. The average age is about 70 years old. And they're dying in poverty. What dignity is there for you to having worked all your life? Okay?
Yeah.
And then you end up dying in poverty. Those are real issues. And you know what? Maybe I don't have the monopoly of answers, but we believe that what we have started here, okay, starts to address those things. Because what is the biggest expense in retirement?
Medical.
And then second?
Of course, living expenses.
Rent.
House.
It's rent. Okay? It is rent. So you've worked all your life, and then the pension you get is so little, you have to deal with your medical, and you
have no home.
So this issue is it's not as simple as you trying to put it out there. But for us, we believe it is a noble thing that if I can be able to assist you, that in your lifetime, to own a home. Okay? If we can be able to assist you to own a home, and you don't have to break your bank, okay? That if you have the choice, pay rent or own.
Okay. The money that people are levied every month, right? Across these tiers that you mentioned, this is mandatory.
Yeah.
There's no getting out of it. What happens to that money over the years, the 30 years, however? So that's one question.
Which money?
The money that you're levied every month.
But it's going to Mjengo.
Hold on. What happens if you do not purchase? Because you've said it's optional.
But it is not your money, it's a tax.
It's not a contribution.
It's not a contribution.
Yes.
And it's also very important because, you see, initially it was a contribution. And this is also the beauty. I think we can have this conversation because it is also the beauty of legislation, isn't it? We started, when we presented to Parliament, it was a contribution.
So you had a right to it.
You had a right to it. Okay. But we were sued before the bill was passed. Okay. And when you looked at the at the pleadings, okay, we said, okay, so they don't want it to be a contribution.
So let's force them.
Not force them.
I mean, that's what it is.
No. We said, okay.
When you institute a tax, you're forcing somebody.
We thought, let's bequeath you a right. But then Okoh Mdada went to court and served this government, and then through public participation, they said, look, why force me to save for something I don't want? Okay? All right? So, and there was a bit of murkiness. And the other one, why do you have a saving in a money bill? And those are some of the issues that he put out there.
Yeah.
But because we have an agenda to address, you then look at how else do you do it? And that's how we came up with the levy.
So now it's a tax.
Now a levy is a tax.
It's the same way. I pay a tax whether I use a road, whether I use the...
You may never go to Lodwar and drive on that road.
Yeah. It's a beautiful road done, but it doesn't matter.
Yes. But however, why it's a levy? You see, the difference between a tax and a levy is that a levy has a defined purpose. Tax is general.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this one is ring fenced, but it actually gives you a right. As long as you're paying, okay, now you can participate in this scheme. Now, what is in this scheme? Okay, what this scheme has done is that it has, first of all, removed almost 60% of cost, okay, to make sure that you can be able to afford. So it's an you opt in, but you are entitled to 1 unit, 1 KRA PIN, and that's it.
How does one then qualify for a house?
So the qualification...
You have several homes that you're selling right now.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the ones that are under development, the ones that have been groundbroken.
Yes.
By President Ruto.
Yes.
When they are completed and people would like to own them, how do they go about it?
So the process now is you go to Boma Yangu, you register, *832#. Okay. You need to save towards a deposit. What we have removed is the
minimum amount.
The minimum amount of 10%. And then you need to elect where you want to get a house. Because, for example, I don't know where your shags is. Okay.
Loitoktok.
Okay. Now that's a fair conversation we should be having, and you should call your Mjumbe and say, hey, I can see these houses are in all corners of this country.
Talk to the status controller. He's my neighbor.
He's your neighbor. Mwambie, you guys are going for groundbreaking everywhere, but Oloitoktok there's nothing. So you elect. So you can elect to go and get a unit at Oloitoktok. Okay, and then. So what this act has now done is to direct the board to come up with a criteria, okay, and then it has defined some broad strokes. So there's prioritization. If someone with PWD, prioritize them women, they are prioritized young people, prioritized. So they will now come up with regulations, okay, because you can't have all that in the statute.
Yeah.
That is now going to define how the prioritization is made. But the act itself has defined these are the marginalized people. These are the people who. So if
our
you
current emergency PS, like you said, is urban housing. So Eric is most likely not going to apply for a house in Loitoktok. I don't have a housing problem in Loitoktok. I have a housing problem in Nairobi.
Yes.
How all of us then would be applying for units in Nairobi?
No, and that's what we are saying. We can't do that.
What should we do? I have a job in Nairobi. I see myself living in Nairobi.
But are there no people working in Oloitoktok?
There are people working in Oloitoktok.
And those people, are there no slums coming up in Oloitoktok?
They'll apply.
Yes.
We want to apply in Nairobi.
Yes.
And many others who live in Nairobi today.
Correct. But there's many houses in Nairobi.
Many of the 4 million people or so who live in slums in Nairobi want to apply for a house in Nairobi because they live in Nairobi. Many of the others also want to apply for a house in Nairobi.
Yeah.
Everybody who turns 18 and is studying in Nairobi and is thinking maybe I'm going to get a job in Nairobi, wants to apply for a house in Nairobi. So there are some areas, by my point, there are some areas that are going to have a higher demand than others.
Yeah.
How do you balance that?
So first of all, how you balance that is if you look, for example, at in Nairobi, for example, we've done a master plan. We've done the master plan of the regeneration of the entire Eastlands. And actually, you can see that we have started regenerating Eastlands. Okay? Nairobi County, at the moment, I think they're out on tender for about 8 or 9 Eastlands estates. Now, Eastlands sits on almost 1,200 hectares. Eastlands is close to most of the working places. It is well served with infrastructure.
Yep.
The only issue with Eastlands is that we have single dwelling units. Okay? And when you look at the original Eastlands master plan, it had 17,000 homes. They've tripled that to about 42,000 homes. Some built as way back as 1940s. They're not even fit for human beings. They've been condemned. So what we want to do is to redevelop Eastlands, densify. Okay, so for the 42,000, we estimate to get about 200,000. But it's not going to be done in one day. Okay, you then are doing it systematically. And that is why we now are building Starehe, which is part of Eastlands. There's one area, and we have got the 2 Shauri Moyos, and now we have got the Makongeni, which we are going to start very soon. And then we have got the county has this 9 Ziwani, and then you've seen them. You've seen there's also been a bit of noise around that. Yeah. So actually it is driven by a master plan. Okay, and we are also working with counties. Counties are also required by the Constitution to do their spatial planning. Okay, so we are looking at what is your spatial planning, and have you set aside land for this purpose, human settlement purposes, and then we bring in the investment and accelerate the development of human settlement matters in a planned way, because there has to be a plan.
Okay. So every ID is entitled to a house.
Every KRA pin.
Every KRA pin.
Yes.
As long as you apply through the Bomayangu platform and you save something small.
Correct.
You make an application. You are entitled to one unit.
One unit.
If you choose as 1 room, it's okay. That's what you get.
Yes, that's what you get.
If you choose 3 room, that's what you get.
Yes.
Okay.
So then what happens? Because I was anticipating, I'm trying to preempt a question that you're going to ask. So let me ask it myself, because I can ask it easily, much more easy.
And then respond to it in that.
I'll respond to it.
Okay, ask and respond, please.
So, Kenyans are very enterprising. And so they are the guys who are seeing biashara in this. So one of the things that we foresaw and we put in this act is a situation whereby you go to your village, get the boda guys, the mamambogas, and collect their KRA pins.
Yeah.
Go and even apply
their knowledge.
with or without.
Yeah.
Okay. Most likely with, because you go and get them to apply. You can even fund them to buy those houses quickly.
Yeah.
And then they sell them to you. Okay, that is one of the mischiefs that we anticipated. So now there is going to be a caveat. Okay, there's going to be a caveat so that we don't. These are highly subsidized units. You don't want to distort the market by, getting highly subsidized units and then selling them the next day. So there's going to be a caveat. Our view was to put a caveat for 7 years.
Yeah.
You can't sell before 7 years. So if you go and do that enterprise, you have to wait for 7 years at least. But National Parliament, both houses decided, look, okay, don't prescribe in the statute the 7 years, but you cannot sell that unit without the permission of the board. And then I think in the regulations, then they will go and
come up
sort
with
of define
how.
The how. Okay. So that is one way of stemming the ukora of buying so many houses and then selling them the following day.
Legal instruments exist that can circumvent everything you've said very easily.
Yeah, then we will have to legislate further.
P.S. Since last year, you've collected some money.
A lot of money.
How much?
We've collected about 32 billion.
32 billion.
32 billion.
So far. Minus the fund. Where was the money going to?
It was, the money was being collected by KRA. And the way Parliament appropriated the money, it appropriated in something which is called appropriation in aid. Okay? So the money because the levy, it does not go to the consolidated fund. That money goes to our central bank account. And I have...
this is the central bank account for the State Department for Housing.
State Department for Housing.
Okay.
And so far, the balance I asked last night because I was anticipating that that's going to be a question. So let me give you my friend, let me tell you, this job... because this is what your good friends that you invite here, they come and they say, and some of these people, they have my number. Okay?
You leave them alone. You just
they have my number.
You just tell us how
but they
much
just want to come and because they want to excite the public. That money, I don't know, has gone to you to pay what?
We have
the balance as of last night is 29 billion. 473,380,645 and 40 cents. Okay? That is the balance. So the money is still there.
As of 19th?
As of 19th.
What have you done with the 2B?
We have projects that are ongoing, so it's been paying for those projects. Yeah, we awarded 19 projects all over the place. If you need a list, we can tell you where they are. And so we've been paying for those projects. Of course, we have awarded some more. Okay, so some of this money, as we now transfer, because you see, if you look at the Act, it has created what is called a transitional clause. And the transitional clause basically says that the ongoing works and the money is then upon activation of the Act, it becomes the responsibility of the fund.
So we see now the likelihood of, if we started an entire 12-month financial year, how much are you anticipating to raise?
It was there in our, it's about 70. Let me give it to you. I don't want to give you figures that are, it's about 78 billion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what you're saying essentially is that all of this money collected, not in part, all of the money collected is going towards the construction of these houses.
Construction of these houses, construction of social infrastructure. So that's why you're seeing we are building schools, many schools. We are building clinics and hospitals. And within where you're building these estates, because one of the things that we have to address is the, like now, the jam in Nairobi, where do we have perpetual jam, is because schools are on the western side, but people are living in the eastern side. Okay, so we've made sure that now there is a school within 5 minutes walking distance. That's our aspiration.
We'll make sure, not that you have made sure.
No, we are making sure.
Okay.
So, and the way we are doing it is either we look at, there is an existing school, okay, and they have land, and we can go and build 10 more classrooms, okay, so that we'll be able to accommodate more people. There is a level 3 hospital. We are upgrading it, say, to a level 5, and also working with the county, because that's a county function. Then the other thing that is also doing is physical infrastructure. So you have to do last mile infrastructure, so connecting roads, bringing water power and so on and so forth, and then financing Kenyans, to buy those homes.
You know why a lot of the backlash and the clapback has come is because historical experience for lots of Kenyans has not been good. We cannot run away from that reality.
Absolutely.
Especially from the threshold of government. That there are way too many things that have started, and some are just on paper. There are others that have started and have gone halfway, and there are very many that have been called white elephants that have not started, or that have started and just have a shell. So you must appreciate where the mistrust comes from.
Absolutely.
And then the onus then lies on you heavily, squarely at your door. To then be able to say that in something like this, when you're taking more from Kenyans, doesn't matter what you want to call it, you're taking more from Kenyans.
Yes, you're taking more from Kenyans.
Whereby they're already in a depressed state. That if you do not do what you're telling Kenyans that you want to do with their money that they don't have, that you will multiply that mistrust by easily 1,000.
Absolutely.
So what is the guarantee to Kenyans today that all this hullabaloo that has been gone round for the last 12 months is actually going to become something that Kenyans will actually see and be able to take advantage of. Not words, PS, because I think too many words blacken the ears. The people who are doubting you today, the people who don't eat today, the people who are thinking, for golly's sake, I don't need a house, I need to feed my children. And you're telling them, trust me, this is something that actually makes sense.
You see, that is perhaps the right conversation that we should be having. Because when you go to more progressive societies, okay, what you find in those progressive societies is that actually what they're paying even higher taxes than we are paying, right?
Yep.
But there is a guarantee. Okay?
The service will come.
There's guarantee of service. There's guarantee that if you are taxing me so much, okay, that healthcare is not going to bankrupt me if some diseases came into my household. You're guaranteeing me that my child will never be kicked out of school because they don't have school fees. You're guaranteeing me that I'm not going to die I'm not going to be poor in my old age. Okay? That's what you find in progressive societies. And you've hit the nail on the head. That the biggest challenge we have is the trust deficit. Okay? It is the trust deficit. Now, there are a couple of measures that have been put on for example, on this bill. The penalty. Now, if you look at, and I want to pull it out for you, what the penalty is. I think it's about 20 million now for misappropriation and a very long sentence. Okay? That is one of the deterrents that has been put there. There are other things that we are doing that hopefully with time Kenyans will start appreciating that there is actually a group of people that are sitting down and making sure that our money goes to good use. One of them is we have sat down with the president for a very long period of time to rework on costs. Okay? Because when you talk about misappropriation of money, it's not just that someone is going to go withdraw. It's very difficult to go withdraw money from the account. But money will be misappropriated through projects.
Yeah.
Okay? So a project that is supposed to cost 3 million is costing 6 million. All right? So one of the ways of addressing that is that we decided that we are going to call the institutions of higher learning. So we've got Kenyatta University, we've got TUK, and we've got Nairobi University. And we told them, can you design? Then we got the Institute of QSs. We got the Institute of Engineers and Architects. And we told them, can you look at the cost? Because I'm not a technical person, but let me tell you some of the things that I've learned over time. You over-design. Okay? You over-design. So where there's supposed to be one pillar, you have two pillars. Okay? That's part of the way public money gets lost because that's wastage. Okay, you've over-designed. You have more corridors than you should be having. So those are some of the things that you find. All right. So right now, we have a reference price. Okay, which we are going to gazette. Okay, that if you are interested in affordable housing, this is the ceiling. Okay, if
Per
you want to
square
go
foot.
per square foot.
Okay.
Okay, anything above that, we're not dealing with it. But we've gone even further. Okay? The last couple of weeks, I have taken that same design and I've taken it to the Kenya manufacturers. Because where are majority of these jobs going to be created? You see, people think the majority of the jobs are on the Mujengo site. There's a lot of jobs that are also being created in the industries. But you see, today it's cheaper to get cement from Egypt than to use the local cement. But what we have decided, and we made it very clear, I am willing to pay a little bit more for a local cement because it is creating a local job. Okay? But however, okay, we have now given our local manufacturers the standard. Okay? Now, where there is also more wastage, let me give you another example. And you don't find it in private sector a lot. Okay? But you find it in public sector. So we don't have, even the pillars in one home are not the same size. Meaning that you cannot go and buy steel in bulk. Okay? Because you'll buy, then you have to kata. All right. Why? Because the pillars are not the same size.
Yeah.
So now what we've also done is we have standardized. Okay. Meaning that now we will be able to get steel, okay, that is standard throughout and paid for. Yeah, and it is the same size because you see, and then also look at tiles. Maybe a good example are tiles. If you look, and I don't know where your office I can see. There's probably wastage because there's so many tiles that fit, and then towards the end, okay, you end up cutting. That's wastage. So because we have a standard design, and we are able now to have standard materials.
So you can order.
You can order in bulk. Okay, and lastly is to bring in another element of governance. So we have just onboarded 31 private consultants. Okay, that we have already, and we negotiated a very good fee because they were charging us 10%, and that negotiation was actually led by the president himself. He's called all these architects and whatever, and he says, "Look, we want you to come and be part of the supervision of this work." Okay, because you add another layer of independent, governance that will now probably give Kenyans some comfort that there's no manga business that is going on. So they're charging us 2.5% as opposed to 10% that we're having. So, so there is all those things that we have put, as measures, and so, and let me put it this way, because I think this is probably has been one of the most profound conversation that I had with the head of state. In one of the meetings, he said that a lot of you come addressing us members of cabinet and the executive, and because some of the decisions are not popular. Okay, there's so many unpopular decisions, and you're worried about the second term. And he said, what is the point of having a second term if you cannot be able to do what you told the people you're going to do in your first term? Okay? This housing agenda can either make or break. And so we have been told in no uncertain terms. Okay? And I think those who will take those words as a bluff, I think there is something big waiting for them. If you look at the safeguards, and I'm saying the president himself we've been having meetings, those architects go to State House. So it's not that they go sit with Hinga and then agree. No. Those prices have been agreed at in State House. So if I go and implement something that is beyond the prices that we have agreed upon, what is going to happen?
Kinaumana, Kitakuramba, PS. Thank you very much for joining us. We've extended the show by 30 minutes.
Okay.
We end the show normally at 10 a.m.
Okay.
It's now 26 minutes to 11, but we thank you for coming.
Thank you, and your questions are always hard, but fair. And I always enjoy coming back to this show. And I think the last one we did had a very big reach, and continue doing the good job that you're doing. And may your numbers continue growing, and may you continue informing Kenyans. And I hope, and this is actually my parting shot, is that we are working so hard to get this thing right. The next iteration, and which we are looking forward, because from November this year, Kenyans now start getting into these homes in big numbers, because the first lot are going to be ready from November. And I think the conversation then start to change. When you see someone has actually moved from that shack into a home, I think the conversation starts to change. And so we hope that history is going to judge as well. Okay, and that we have deep convictions, okay, and that we are going to do what is right by Kenyans. Thank you so much.
September is coming. November.
Yeah.
Charles Hinga, the PS for Housing and Urban Development, has been our guest. Thank you very much for tuning in.